The sky beyond the train windows was deepening to indigo. The trains on the Yamanote line were beginning to bustle with salarymen going home from work and students returning from school. Kusanagi Yuwa and Yasuji Ban stood shoulder to shoulder, each holding onto a hanging ceiling strap as the train shook them. Perhaps because they made for an odd combination and drew people's attention, Yuwa had sensed incessant gazes of coming from their surroundings for a while now. That might have been why she restlessly toyed with her hair and adjusted the position of her glasses over and over, nor did she have the emotional slack to be able to carry out a friendly chat with Ban, the detective she had met for the first time only a few days ago. It took one stop to get from Harajuku to Shibuya. She couldn't help experiencing those brief 3 minutes as falling far longer than they were in actuality. Ban only held his silence and looked out the window. He didn't attempt to start a conversation with Yuwa. Yuwa's opinion of Ban was that he didn't seem to be a bad person, but he was a little intimidating. He had met people employed as detectives countless times in relation to her sister's death, but they hadn't left a very good impression on her. That might explain her sins, that she would have a hard time dealing with Ban. Such was the result of Yua's self-analysis.
だから地下15階の番人倒せば隠しダンジョン行けるだろ常識的に考えて
番人どこにいるかわからんなり
Since the time they got on the train at Harajuku Station, 2 men standing near the door had been talking in excessively loud voices. Their voices, which came out of without any regard for how it might bother people around them, entered Yua's ears whether or not she wanted to hear them.
マップの左端の方だよ一目でわかるだろ番人
っていうか番人と警官の区別つかないぞなもし
いやいやどう見ても番人だろどこが警官なんだよ番人は銃持ってねえよ
The two of them wore rather plain clothes with bandanas on their foreheads, fingerless gloves on their hands, and full stuffed knapsacks on their backs. They belonged to the race, commonly known as otaku. There were times when Yua read manga or watched anime because she liked it, and their appearances didn't induce any particular revulsion in her. It was just that she had never been to Akihabara, and it was her first time seeing people garbled like stereotypical otaku. Realizing how rude she was being, taking curious little glances at them, she hastily lowered her eyes. The seat in front of her was a high school brunette wearing a disheveled blue navy blazer. She was texting someone on her cell phone with fingers adorned by gaudy artificial nails. Each time she moved her fingers, her phone strap, patterned after a handgun, quivered a little. The contents of her message naturally entered Yua's eyes. Why? Well, because the high school girl held it particularly flat as she typed. Almost as she were forcing Yua to see it, went... what? Went to a mixer with a cop last night. Super boring. Damn clueless geezer. Like, just... wow. That... I can imagine this being impossible to read in the Japanese version. It's like... this is already hard sometimes. Like Yua was also a high school girl, but she couldn't read a word of the text. It looked like the so-called Kogel slang, but she couldn't perceive it as anything but some kind of secret code.
Ah!
Bang! A child's voice suddenly traveled through the train car. Yua jumped a bit, then turned in the direction she'd heard it from. Yaru speak. A A little boy, about 5 years old, was standing close by Ban. She held a toy water gun and pointed its barrel at Ban. He was actually pulling the trigger, but no water came out. Ban flashed the child a smile. His eyes weren't smiling, but the child still didn't shrink back.
ノブ君やめなさい。
A motherly woman soon came running up to the boy. She bowed her head a little to Ban.
すいません。バーンバーン
What is this? A mass shooter in training?
ノブ君やめなさいって。
The mother used a fairly strong tone in her voice in her efforts to stop her child, but it was solely a verbal warning, though, through and through. She didn't confiscate the water pistol and make her son lower his hands.
バーンバーンバーン本当にすいません。
Yeah.
構いませんよ。
バーンバーンバーンおじさんが困ってるでしょう、ノブ君。
To you, it seemed like a very unnatural looking scene. The mother presented an angry face to her child and an apologetic face to Ban. But she did no more.
バーンバーンやめなさい、怒るわよ。バーンバーンバーン
What do creators think when they create stuff like this? Undaunted, the little boy went on repeating the same word over and over like a broken toy. Even then, and in spite of what she said to him, the mother made absolutely no attempt to stop him.
本当にすいません。バーンバーンバーン
For some reason, Ban too let the child do as he wished.
バーンバーン
In the end, it continued all the way until they reached Shibuya Station. Man, that must have been annoying. The train arrived at Shibuya Station and the doors opened. The water pistol parent and child weren't getting off. Relieved, Yua descended to the platform together with Ban. When she looked to ascertain Ban's expression, he was smiling
お
ruefully.
急ぎ中のお客様にお知らせいたします。地下鉄番号門線、失礼しました。半蔵門線は人身事故の影響でただいま振り替え運転を行っております。
Due to a fatal accident, passengers in the Hanzobon line are currently able to opt in for transfers to
お
alternative
客
routes.
様には大変ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ございません。
Sounds like a suicidal thing happened. Somebody threw himself in front of the line and died, and they had to close the line for a while.
最近よく感じるんだが。
The flow of people in the platform was swelling. Ban muttered this to Yua as they walked through the crowd going toward the Hachiko's exit turnstiles.
まるで不特定多数の人間にストーカーされてるような気がするんだよな。
Indeterminate number of people.
どういうことですか？
さっきみたいなことがよくあるって話さ。周囲の人間の何気ない行動がまるで自分への嫌がらせじゃねえかって思えてくるわけよ。
Gear up to something. Which was why Ban had ultimately answered the child's mischief with silence. The sort of trouble which you couldn't really call trouble had become an everyday occurrence for him. His nerves wouldn't hold up if he let every single little thing get to him. If he let every single thing get to him.
考えすぎだろうが。俺みたいな地味なおっさんに興味があるやつなんてそうそういねえだろうし。
Oh.
ただ集団ストーカーってのは確かに存在するんだよな。
Shudan stalkers.
普通のストーカー行為とは何が違うんですか？
被害を受けてる側からすると相手の意図や目的正体すら全く分かんねえんだ。ただ誰かに行く先々で毎日のように様々な嫌がらせを受けていると感じる。集団ストーカーってのはそういうもんだ。
ただの考えすぎっていう可能性は？
十分にあり得るだろうな。脅迫観念と紙一重だ。俺の場合はそうでもなさそうなんだけどな。 ここ数日は相手もかなり直接的な手段に出てきてやがる。
と言いますと。
What kind of thing?
手を引けって脅迫する匿名の電話が何度かかかってきてな。
Telling him to back out. Back out of what?
それ大丈夫なんですか？
大丈夫?
まあ、デカにはよくあることさ。
Dan answered calmly, then quickly looked at Yua with stiffer expression.
ユアちゃんは最近そんなようなことはないかい？
Yeah, probably from the investigation he's doing.
はい。
身の回りでちょっとでも違和感を覚えることがあったらすぐにおじさんに言ってくれ。ユアちゃんの身の安全を守るのは警察の仕事だからな。
はい。
As she listened to him, she became aware that what she was currently involved in was something more dangerous than she'd expected.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
Is our chapter 8 and 9 and 10? Yeah, they must be where the shit hits the fan. Because that's ChäoS for you. He remembered with enigmatic words. Ignoring what she'd said, kept running my eyes across the nearby row of houses. I think Riggs once, explained the structure of ChäoS with the song. I think you could call it, that's the Weird Al Yankovic foil. And the song foil is like funny infotainment in the first half, and then with the second half, in the song within the song, shit hits the fan, and conspiracy theories are being thrown around, and yeah. It's like Riggs nailing it. At least with Steins Gate, the anime, it's like the first half of the anime is nice infotainment with a lot of information and world building, but in the second half, shit hits the fan. Like, shit hits the fan. Like, for real. Ignoring what she'd said, I kept running my eyes across the nearby row of houses. This place in my memory, this place I had no recollection of seeing. This house, the house should have been there. Here it wasn't. A house that shouldn't have been here was. Illuminated by the sunset, the gap between my memories and the actual scenery sadly began to stand out more and more prominently. I let my voice out, frantic through the despair in my heart. That's right, there weren't any gaps in between the two. I was just a block off. I had been mistaken. There was nothing wrong with the world, otherwise it'd be too strange. I turned back the way I came, almost tripping over myself, and ran into the next narrow street. But the sense of displacement between my memories and the scenery wouldn't go away. Before I knew it, my whole body was sweating. It felt like my eyes were rolling back in my head, like my feet weren't touching the ground. The sensation of it made a nausea come rushing in me.
なんでだよ。ここに僕の家があるのは間違いないんだ。僕はいつもここから小学校にも中学校にも通ってたんだ。小学校にはナナミと手をつないで登校してたし、中学は自転車で。
どこの 中学校。
Wow. Really, wow. Are we gonna see the next thing not existing? Remy asked quietly, having caught up with me.
どこって、
なんていう学校？
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。地元の。
The school's name was, what? Couldn't remember. I'd gone to middle school. I had memories of doing so, but the little details remained vague. There was a fog in my head. Such as my middle school's name. Such as which class I'd been in, such as the name of my homeroom teacher. Concrete names wouldn't come out of me.
そんなはずないんだ。
Is he just an experiment?
ただ、忘れてるだけで。
タク、聞いて。あなたの記憶にあるのは、この場所に家があるじゃなくて、この場所に家があるはずっていう思い込み。そうでしょ？
It felt like I'd go crazy.
だって僕はここに来るまでの道は覚えてるんだぞ。おかしいじゃないか。
What? But I still remembered how to get there. Doesn't it throw a winch in it?
それは作られた記憶だから。
Don't make that kind of face. Eyes lowered, her expression so sorrowful. Remy flung out words meant to mislead me. Again, her words were cryptic, incomprehensible. I abandoned all thoughts of them.
タクは中学には通ってないの。
わかったぞ。これ
Give me a sec.
ドッキリでしょ。そうなんでしょ。
This is like a candid camera, right? Isn't it?
きっとあれだ。そう、リミとナナミが実は知り合いとかで、僕を二人して騙そうとしてるんだ。
Candid camera, versteckte Kamera.
なんだ、そうか、そうか。ビビった。
Although I tried to somehow laugh it off, Remy didn't let out the tiniest giggle.
ごめん。私、これからあなたを傷つけることを言わなくちゃ。タク、あなたはね、本来、いちゃいけない存在なんだよ。
You are an existence that should have never been.
嘘つくな。
Remy was deceiving me. Remy was my enemy too.
貼り付けはリミの仕業だな。
It meant what had happened the first time we met at the scene of the staking hadn't been a delusion or anything. The true criminal wasn't the man I'd seen earlier on the hospital television. It was Remy. She'd been observing me, making sure I wasn't going to tell someone the truth about what I'd witnessed. That had been her goal in staying together with me.
君はあの時血まみれだった。だから君が犯人だ。
あれは、あなたの望んだ妄想。
What?
ギガロマニアックスの妄想はね、強すぎる場合、時に混じり合うの。妄想が、シンクロするんだ。
Softly, as though to persuade me, Remy spoke. Her attitude, brimming with composure, rubbed my nerves the wrong way.
少なくともあの時、あの場所では、4つの妄想がシンクロしてた。
4 delusions synced up then and there. It really calls for a raid delusion.
タクと、 ニュージェネの犯人と。
So the new gen perpetrator is a gigalomaniac.
信じるもんか
But who is the fourth? Rui was about to continue further. I cut off her words. I covered my ears. I closed my eyes.
これは妄想だ。
We're gonna have to go neutral there as well.
そうだよ、妄想なんだ。いつもしているみたいな。
これ以上、妄想しちゃダメ。
Was that? As my heart tried to escape into an illusion, Rimi's voice forcibly pulled me back.
出ないと私、
Or let me forced to
タ
raise
クを
you.
消さなくちゃいけなくなる。
殺す
You'll
の
kill me? A shudder ran down my back. I started recognizing Rimi as the girl who would save me and began to perceive her as an unknown entity.
殺すんだな。やっぱり君が殺人犯なんだ。
So why do you look like that? Because you're making such a tearful face, biting your lip, lowering your head. I begin to hesitate to blame you. Tell me the truth. It's a lie. Say, did I surprise you and smile mischievously? Do that and we can go back to the same relationship as before. I want to go back.
ギガロマニアックスの妄想によって作られた人間かな。
バカらしい。僕にはちゃんと記憶があるんだ。中学の頃の細かい。
So, for me, this sounds like the delusion. It's just a matter of whether you choose a delusion here or not, but let's investigate this by reloading and pulling the green trigger. And after having done the green trigger...
タクと私とニュージェネの犯人。
信じるもんかこれはもう、そうだよ、もう。
これ以上、妄想しちゃダメ。
You mustn't have any more delusions.
出ないと私。
殺すの殺すんだな
Yeah, we're going down the same path on that one. Let's load again and do nothing.
タクと私ニュージェネの犯人。
信じるもんかこれは妄想だ。そうだよ、妄想なんだ。いつもしているみたいな。
妄想は
Don't delude yourself.
しないで。
Quite an urgent command, my breath caught.
出ないと私。タクを消さなくちゃいけなくなる。
Well, that was a small impact delusion.
殺すの
A shudder ran down my back.
殺すんだなやっぱり君が殺人犯なんだ
So why do you look like that? Because you're making such a tearful face, but yeah, I had that. Tell me the truth, it's a lie. Do you do that and we can blah.
だったら
that.
僕は
What am
ギガ
I?
ロマニアックスの妄想によって作られた人間かな。
バカ僕にはちゃんと記憶があるんだ中学の頃の細かい記憶は思い出せないけど忘れちゃっただけで
あなたが生まれたのは1年半前なの。
A year and a half ago, around when I first entered high
だったら
school.
僕は1歳半の赤ん坊っていうことじゃないかバブ言ってなくちゃおかしい
タクは生まれた瞬間からタクだった。
君がその目で見たって言いたいの確かに僕らは1年半前から友達だったらしいね僕は覚えてないけど
私とあなたが会ったのは1ヶ月前。貼り付けの現場。私はもともと水泳の生徒じゃないから。
Remy was off her rocker, and Remy too had been off her rocker. She was way out there, so far off in the stratosphere. Said I guess I couldn't hold a candle to her.
誰が僕を妄想したの？言ってみてよ。
西條匠くんだよ。
What? Nishizu Takumi? Imagining Nishizu Takumi? Where does... what the hell?
入ってたアウト！僕が妄想なんでしょ？その僕が妄想して僕を作ったって矛盾してるじゃないか。はい、論破終了。
Okay. Cordero demonstratum. This endeth the lesson. That's not... That's well translated, I'd
それと
say.
も、君の妄想。君が勝手に作り出した君だけの脳内設定なんでしょ。僕をそれに巻き込まないでよ。
私だって、タクには知ってほしくなかった。ここにも来てほしくなかった。もっと強く引き止めればよかったね。
Remy raised her face resolutely, her eyes gazing straight at me. Were very serious and filled with light, and they didn't appear to be lying.
でも、ここまで来たら、本当のことを知ってもらった方がいいと思う。
The truth, but it was a lie. This must be a lie. It had to be a lie, otherwise it wouldn't be able to stay in my right mind. Who the hell would I believe it? Who the hell would believe it if someone suddenly told them you're a delusion?
あなたの行動が他の人の命を削っていくんだって知ってもらった方が。
そうだ。ナナミは僕が妄想だったら僕と血が繋がってるナナミも両親も妄想ってこと？そんなの無茶苦茶。
ナナちゃんはいるよ。
What? Nanami is real? Does that mean is that Nanami maybe a give me a sec, a gigalomaniac?
ナナミを誘拐したのは君なの。
似たようなものかもね。私はタクを守ることに気を取られすぎて、ナナちゃんが狙われる可能性を考えてなかった。
But why?
私は誘拐犯のこと知ってる。
So that's how it was, of course. She was the demon girl I imagined her to be at the start. I wanted Dreamy to be alone, to be my ally. I believed in that wish alone the whole time up till now. But when it came to suspicious things about her, there had been tons of them all along. I intently closed my eyes to them and kept faith in how she said, "I'll be there for you." Despite that, in the same way as you are, Remy too would.
君も僕を裏切るんだね。
そうだね。私はタクを裏切った。
Oof.
隠し事をたくさんしてた。
Oof.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
私のこと恨んでいいよ。
謝られたって。僕は信じない。信じられない。
That was what I said up front, but I couldn't prove it was me. the real thing. Plus, the many paranormal phenomena I'd seen before now clung to the back of my brain, leaving me unable to laugh Rimi's story off as something offbeat. Rimi, walking slowly up to me, embraced me from the front. Caught by surprise, I ended up letting her do as she willed. That warmth, it had rescued me from danger. It had saved my heart. It had taught me kindness. But now, even when she held me like this, her warmth seemed terribly distant.
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
行くって。
Go.
どこへ
Where?
ナナちゃんをさらった誘拐犯のところ。決着つけなくちゃいけないの。
To bring Nana-chan to an end? What?
他のことも。このままだとタクも守りきれないし。
そんなの無責任だ。僕にここまでひどいこと言っておいて逃げるの。
Then you gotta run away? Rimi moved away from me. One step, another step. Little by little, she widened the distance between us.
戻ってくるから。タクは部屋にいて。そしたらまた一緒にいろいろ楽しいお話ししよう。あなたはあそこにいてもいいんだよ。
A gentle tone of voice. After telling me such cruel things, why did she become kind again?
でも一つだけ約束。もう妄想はしない。
I won't have any more delusions. Is this an actual promise I should stick to inside the game? Do I need to go all neutral from now on?
タクの妄想力はとっても強いから。妄想すればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
Wow.
何を
それじゃあまた明日。石
Ishi? Rimi snapped off a salute. She had on an incredibly out of place smile. But soon tears quietly overflowed from her eyes. That was a couple chapters before, but that did happen. I think as part of a delusion we were going through. I remember that scene. That was inside of his apartment. Yeah, that happened. That definitely happened. Turning her back to me as though flustered, Rimi ran off with shaken shoulders. Once I'd watched her go in a trance, I crumpled in place.
本物の僕ってなんだよ。
Really? What's that supposed to?
僕は偽物じゃない。
The world looked drained of its colors. I couldn't detect any hope. She'd completely denied my existence itself. There wasn't any meaning in my being there. There wouldn't even be any meaning in my dying. Rimi had left, leaving behind this meaningless me. She too was my enemy. She'd deceived me. I can imagine that happening. Yeah. What you're saying, Sir Lizard. Rimi had left, leaving behind this meaningless me. She, too, was my enemy. She deceived me, and after telling me like that, she must have lost her reasons for being with me.
戻ってくるはずない。
Remy had cast me aside because apparently I was a delusionary existence. Because I was a monster. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about anything anymore. I was looking at the energy to stand up, unable to sort out my emotions, too shocked to weep. The breeze that came just before twilight stole my heart from the very core of my body. The faint remnants of Remy's warmth disappeared as well. When I took an aimless look up at the sky, most of the sunset had already been invaded by the darkness of night.
これが新作？またへんてこね。
Almost smiled and scrutinized the Garofroggy keyholder Ban had bought for her.
でも可愛いじゃない？
そりゃ新作じゃねえよ。先週出たなんだっけ。
Ban looked at you as though seeking salvation.
涙目ゲロカエルンです。
ああ、そう。それ。
ごめんね、ひわちゃん。こんなむさ苦しいおじさんに付き合わされて大変だったでしょう。
ひでえな、ももちゃん。こんなダンディーな中年はなかなかいねえぜ。
But Mose, rather than lend an ear to Ban's joking objection, poured some tea for Yua, despite her position as Yua's elder and only company the company president. Sighing, Ban took a seat and looked around the office. Today, unusually the Frisia employees who always stayed here until late at night, as they worked, appeared for once to have gone home at more regular time. So this was written on the whiteboard that each employee's plans for the day. Thanks to that, though the sun had just set, the office interior was dead quiet. This is the middle of the night.
で、ももちゃん、進行のこと調べてくれたかい？
進行. Before they boarded the train at Harajuku, Ban had made a call to Moas and asked her to see what she could find out about Shinko.
その前に。
Still waiting at you, Terry smiled. Moas flicked a look at Yua, who was tilting her teacup.
ひわちゃん、お茶を飲んだら帰った方がいいわ。
You ought to go home and finish your tea.
日も暮れたし、ご両親が心配するでしょ。
So they're sending Yua home. You realize that Moas' demeanor concealed an ulterior motive, that they were about to discuss something that wasn't fit for her, a regular civilian to simply listen to off-hand.
私のこと心配してくれているんですか？
ええ、そうよ。
Turning serious, Moas nodded. Though Yua was grateful for her thoughtfulness, she shook her head firmly.
私、帰りません。ミヤちゃんの死の真相に近づくためなら、何だってするつもりです。
あなたはこれ以上関わるべきじゃないわ。
私もとっくに当事者の一人です。
Yua's words held an unyielding and dignified strength. Taken aback by her unexpected rebellion, Momose grew perplexed.
意外と頑固ね。
ま、ここでのけ者にするのも酷ってもんだろ。いざとなったら警察で保護するさ。
Ban's careful attitude had the opposite effect of leaving Momose unable to hold in a deep sigh.
バンちゃんにそんな権力があるのかしらね。
ま、こう見えても一応天下の警視庁捜査一課所属だからな。
あら、そう。
Giving Ben a polite brush off, Momose closely studied Yua's face.
これから聞くことは絶対に口外しちゃダメよ。これはあなたの命にも関わることだから、それを肝に銘じてね。
はい。
Upon seeing that and taking one more sigh, Momose sat down in a chair. Her plump body grew connect mouse to laptop.
で、進行から何が出たんだい？
バンちゃんの予感的中って感じね。
And you are peeked at the monitor from behind, Mama said.
有限会社進行の親会社は、のぞみテクノロジーよ。
Oh, Nozomi. Noah Organization. Noah Organization of Medical Instruments. Nozomi. Envisioning the next gen, we constantly strive on the behalf of the people and the environment. Envisioning the next gen, yes. Corporate information, the group concepts. Yeah, those those references to the new gen incidents. Mostly technology to host a general medical exhibition in Europe.
のぞみテクノロジ
ー。のぞみグループか。こいつは驚きだな。
進行は5年前にのぞみグループに吸収合併されたんだけど、それ以降発売した商品が次々と大ヒットしてるのよ。
Ghetto. On sale, Ghetto Froggy, Fatso Ghetto Froggy, Spazzy Ghetto Froggy, Sparkly Ghetto Froggy, Faceless Ghetto Froggy. What is a faceless Ghetto Froggy looking like? Kiddo Ghetto Froggy, Limited Edition Ghetto Froggies, Ghost Ghetto Froggy, Sleeping Ghetto Froggy, Burning Ghetto Froggy, Zombie Ghetto Froggy. Wow, limited edition. Packed with products, then met about our sales, snap them, and spend over 5,000 yen for free shipping. That's like a good 50 euros for free shipping. Who's gonna buy that many straps?
ゲロカイルンだけじゃないの。中国製バッグとか、タイ製のエコバッグとか、美脚パンツとか。
They have zombie Ghetto Froggies. They exist zombie limited edition Ghetto Froggies.
で、この会社は商品の売り出し方が独特なの。いつも週末に新製品を一斉に投入するのよ。
The weekend. Ben showed a keen reaction to that keyword.
G レートとの関係は？
必然にしろ偶然にしろ、新興の商品がヒットしているのは G レートの変動の影響ね。それは確かよ。前に見せた G レートのグラフ覚えてる？ 5 年ぐらい前からずっと毎週末に値が上がってるって言ったわよね。新興がのぞみグループに合併された時期とぴったり一致するわ。
新興がレートを操作してると思うか？
新興自体はそんなに大きな会社じゃないからそれは無理よ。
となると親会社のぞみが怪しいな。グループ総出で取り組めばレート操作だってできそうじゃねえか。
待って、のぞみの方はもちろんだけど、新興が興味深いのはそこだけじゃないの。設立当初の資料にまで遡ってみたらすごい大物が出てきたのよ。
大物？
井ノ花構造。
はっは明和党の重鎮じゃねえの。
新興設立当時はまだ民自党在籍時代だけどね。
つながってきたな。太田教授の時、それとこの前の地震の時、明和党は G レートに関係ありそうな件について報道規制の圧力をかけてきてる。
Wow.
G レートのグラフのことだけど、いろいろ調べてたら他にも面白いパターンを見つけたわ。
There were concurrently two aspects of the GE rate over the past 5 years, to which Momose was paying attention. The periodic spikes that occurred every week and the highest values to emerge from this weren't especially notable, but it rose without fail every time, except on New Year's and the Bond Festival. The second part she looked at was the radical ascents that took place when the earthquake happened. During the earthquakes from 2 months ago with 8 fatalities, and again during the earthquake about a week ago in which over 100 died, G rate had temporarily skyrocketed to an almost awe-inspiring extent.
で、3つ目のパターン。この5年で4回だけ起きてるわ。時期はどれもまちまち。上昇値は地震の時ほどじゃないけど、結構高いの。最初はこれが何を意味してるのかわからなかったんだけど、調べていくうちにこの5年で4回と符合するイベントに行き着いた。
4 times in 5 years.
イベント。
もったいぶらずに。
選挙よ。衆参合わせて4度行われた選挙日と、その4回の GE レート上昇の日は完全に同じだったわ。
Oh. Somebody's trying to gain political might here, power here, I guess. His face grim, Ben rubbed the 5 o'clock shadow on his chin.
野党だった明和党が大躍進を遂げて与党になった選挙は
4年前ですね。
そして井ノ原幸三が民自党を電撃的に離党して明和党に移ったのは5年前。
An oppressive silence abruptly hovered between the three of them.
なんだか私、お話を聞いていたら怖くなってきました。
Your murmured her voice trembling minutely.
私もびっくりだわ。ここまでキーワードがぴったり当てはまるなんてね。
まだ状況証拠でしかないがな。それでも GE レートのことを知っていたからこそ気づけたわけだ。知らなかったらさっぱりだったろ。
Said Ben, taking his usual fan in hand and casually starting to fan himself.
ところで、俺が調べた女子高生の生態について話していいかい
Momose threw a sharp look at Ben, exasperated at his sudden attempt to change the subject.
あのね、いきなりそんなくだらないこと言い出すんじゃないわよ。ゆあちゃんがいるんだから少しは考えなさい。
ねえ、そう言うなって。
Grin floated up into Ben's face, but there was no smile in his eyes.
青いセナについてだ。正しくは畑野セナと言うべきか。なぜか最近になって母親の旧姓を使い始めたんだよな。その畑野セナの父親、畑野一世は今失踪して行方不明らしいんだが、のぞみテクノロジーの元社員なんだよ。
どういうこと？
どういうことも何も、そのまんまさ。
The Nozomi technology company was an enterprise primarily involved in developing software related to medical equipment. The Nozomi Group had originally started off as the Nozomi Technology Company, maturing into one of the most prominent conglomerates in Japan after going through multiple cycles of mergers and acquisitions.
半年前、畑野セナの母親と生後1年の妹が謎の死を遂げている。父親の失踪はその直後だ。畑野セナ本人もそれと前後して当時預けられていたとある施設を脱走するって騒ぎを起こした。
Punks.
施設ですか？
天神寮っていう非営利の自立更生支援施設だ。表向きはな。
旗の。
表向きってじゃあ裏があるの？
スポンサーがいるのさ。これが天聖振興会だったりする。
Yeah.
天聖振興会。
天聖振... Oh, 天聖振興会. And now I see 振興. 天聖振興会. Wow. That was the name of her father, I assume. The Hatano. What was the grimace?
また面倒な名前が出てきたわね。
ちなみにその天神寮は2年前まで別の名前だった。
Heavenly Hostel.
アークハートメディカル会。
Ark Heart Medical.
どんな偶然か今や渋谷の若者のカリスマ的存在であるフェス、岸本綾瀬もここに入れられていたんだな。畑野瀬名とは入れ違いだったみてえだが。
This punk band. Okay.
でだ。
This punk band leaned towards Momo, and that's...
ここからが興味深いんだが。アークハートメディカル会は天神寮と違ってメンタルケア施設だった。精神病患者を治療してたんだ。ところが2年前、アークハートメディカル会は突然非営利団体の自立更生支援施設天神寮へと姿を変えた。それによって精神科医が一斉に解雇されたんだが、その医師たちを丸ごと雇い入れたのが代々木にある AH 東京総合病院だった。
ノータリン事件で殺された人が勤めていたのってそこの病院でしたよね。
I don't know.
ああ、高階文夫。確かに AH 東京総合病院の精神科医だ。ついでに言うと、そこの病院長は井ノ原と懇意らしいぜ。
Takashima Fumio. Psychiatrist at AH. Wasn't that Takumi's psychiatrist? Psychiatrist.
また井ノ原議員ね。
ゆあちゃん、君が追ってた西条拓実も実は AH 東京総合病院をこの1ヶ月で3回訪れてる。
そう。
警察がずっと尾行してたんでね。しかも西条には数年前にその病院に入院した記録まであった。
Yeah, they have the confirmation.
彼の主治医は高階文夫だ。不思議なのは西条の入院記録なんだよな。彼は10歳で入院して約2年後にその記録が途切れてるんだが。
So from 10 to 12 they have records. From their years 10 to 12 they have records. How old is he now? 15 or something. So between the years, so in the 12 to 13 something must have happened.
退院した記録はなかった。
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
どうだかな。そこまでは調べが回らなくてね。ああ、それと畑野瀬名に関してもう一つ。最近彼女がよく行動を共にしている折原梢って生徒がいる。1ヶ月ほど前に転校してきた。この子も結構な曰くつきなんだ。折原の父親がのぞみグループの系列会社社員。
のぞみ It's のぞみ Nozomi. It's Nozomi everywhere.
元は広島の方に住んでてな。折原梢の同級生3人が何者かに襲われて重傷を負うって事件が起きてる。3人ともが右腕を鋭利な刃物で切断されて、ひどいありさまだったらしい。折原もその場に居合わせていた。彼女が犯人じゃねえかって疑いがかかったんだが、凶器が存在しないって理由で逮捕はされてない。それで地元に居づらくなって引っ越したって噂もある。
凶器が存在しない？
ああ、存在しないだ。何で切られたのかさえ分かってない。犯行は折原以外には実行できない状況だった。だがたとえ折原が犯人だとしても、凶器をどこからか取り出すこともどこかに隠すことも不可能だった。
Ban, but what if it was possible?
かまいたち現象じゃないかなんて本気で議論されたぐらいだ。
何もないところから剣を取り出す手品
かもしれねえな。
気味が悪いです。
This spooks me. It's Halloween.
何かとても大きな意志が働いているような。
職業柄俺は陰謀論なんざ信じちゃいねえんだが、今回ばかりはその存在を信じそうになるね。明和とそしてのぞみグループ、 G レートに関係してると思われるのはその2つか。
天聖振興会も叩けば埃が出てきそうね。もともとあまりいい噂は聞かないし、本来の仕事をほったらかしにしてこんなことを調べてたなんて、ワンちゃんには呆れるわ。
元はといえばももちゃんが G レートのことを教えてくれたのがいけないんだぜ。
そうだけど、それで捜査本部から外されちゃったら世話ないわ。本当に不器用なんだから、あんたって人は。
おっと電話だ。
Ban's ringtone was playing. When he looked at the LCD screen, the caller was unknown. Unknown caller.
もしもし。
He heard a violent noise through the receiver. He took the phone away from his ear and looked back at the screen, but it looked like he had good reception. The problem was on the caller's side. Ban cocked his head, wondering if maybe they were someplace far away from any cell phone. If they were someplace far away from any cell phone towers.
誰だ?
It was one of the unidentified threatening calls Ban had often received as of late. The mechanical sounding voice probably came from using a voice changer. Ban smiled bitterly as he answered.
あんたか。いい加減名乗ってくんねえかな。手を引けって言われてもな。そもそも何から手を引きゃいいんだ。そう。手を引け。
The calls always cut off here. He'd say back out twice, then end it. The pattern was so consistent one could pretty much call it a certainty. No matter how much Ban called out, no answer would come to him. Yet today was different. If you don't. Whose voice is this voice?
誰だ?
No! No! Oh, fuck. Have we heard that much? Ban finally grasped who was the owner of the anguished voice calling on the other side of the phone belonged to
Suwa ka?
Suwa.
誰にやられた？今どこにいる？
わからないっす。
相手は一人なんだな。おい、大丈夫なのか？
助けて。先輩、自分は英一と。
スワ、おい、スワ。
No, not much. Ben cried out to him. Nothing came back through the phone anymore. AH. Hospital, probably. Clicking his tongue, he pressed the end button. Moments soon, Yua watched him anxiously.
スワちゃんに何かあったの？
Standing up, Ben hit himself lightly on the cheeks
ス
2
ワが
times.
人質に取られた。どうやら AH 東京総合病院にいるみてえだ。
まさか名和と？
ああ、わかんないが。このままじゃまずい気がする。
応援を頼んだ方がいいわ。
大ごとにしたらそれこそスワの命はねえよ。俺一人で様子を見てくる。
Ben left his favorite fan atop the desk within moments' reach, and he looked at each of the women in turn. The ever unreliable middle-aged detective had a look of fearless determination that made him seem a different person.
ももちゃんとゆあちゃんもどこかに身を隠せ。わかったな。
My feet automatically headed toward my base. They were heavy enough to make me think lead had been embedded in my heels. Not just my legs, my whole body was heavy. But I had told myself this heaviness proved that my body undeniably existed here. Proved that I wasn't an illusionary existence. I walked along with shaky footsteps. There was no one in the dusky city who paid attention to the likes of me. Until a short while ago, I dreaded people taking notice of me or making a laughing stock of me, and I inwardly called them names, saying, "Don't look at me." Now I wanted someone to look at me, and I didn't care who. I wanted to someone's side. I wanted someone to recognize me as being there. I sought such convenient things for myself, but no one would look at me. If I let out a freakish yell, that probably turned contemptuous gazes of me, but I didn't have the energy to put it into action. I gripped my cell phone in a sweat-drenched hand, the phone I'd gone to buy together with Nanami. A mere 4 numbers were recorded here. There. Rimi's cell, Nanami's cell, Misumi-kun's cell, and my parents' home number. Using only these 4 numbers, I tried desperately to think of any way to prove that I wasn't an imposter.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
No. I'm not an illusionary existence or anything of the sort. I'm the real thing. I'm Nishijo Takumi. I'm 17 years old. I'm a junior at Suime Academy. I'm a member of the 4-person family. I'm...
助けて。僕を証明して。
Prove. I mean, my trembling kept my teeth from coming together properly. They rattled. It wasn't cold, yet I was shaking.
助けてよ。
助けてよ. Out of the 4 recorded numbers, the one I picked belonged to Mizumi-kun.
Hi.
はミス。
匠だろ？どうしたんだ？リミとうまいこと言ったか？ちゃんと童貞卒業できたんだろうな。感謝しろよ。気を使って2人にしてやったんだからよ。
To my relief, Mizumi-kun was the same as always. He knew of me and the way he was supposed to. He recognized me as Nishijo Takumi. That's why I'm not an illusionary existence or whatever. Rimi had only been lying
そうい
after
え
all.
ば、ついさっき美奈子から言われたんだけどよ。
え美奈子。
ああ、俺の女。で、美奈子が言うんだよ。ここ1ヶ月ぐらい、日常と急に仲良くなったけど、なんでって。
What?
こいつ何言ってんだって最初は思ったんだけど、 通だったらお前みたいなやつとは絶対リミを通して知り合ったってのはなんとなく記憶にあるんだけどよ。細かいことはなぜか思い出せねえんだよな。
It was the same condition I'd experienced moments ago. No, I don't want that. Please don't say anything more. Though, all he had to do was to talk about girls in his usual manner and leave it at that. Why only that today, of all days?
お前さ、いつ俺とダチになったんだっけ?
No memories. I became frightened. I cut the line in a hurry. I was about to cry, but no tears came out. That was only the sensation of my heart being pulled to shreds. Next, I tried calling my parents' house. Someone indicated the number with quivering fingers, then pressed the send button. Nanami had entered my parents' number. It wasn't a number I'd recorded out of my convictions, but there was no mistaking it. It had to connect. Would my dad have come home by this time of the day, or would mom pick up? Would Nanami be there? What should I say if it went through? Would I ask them if I were their son? They might think I was being an idiot, but it was actually a pretty stupid question. But what if they said no? Or what if they told me not right now? Son Takumi is having dinner with his sister Nanami in the living room. What if a phone call I had made to verify I was the real thing ended up in verifying the fact that I was an imposter? What if they asked me, "Who are you?" One actually thought rose after the other, terrifying me. I didn't want to know the result. I was helplessly scared. I was not going out of my mind. My breath started to hurt me. I couldn't breathe well. That was when the call connected. Holding the phone to my ear, I braced myself.
あなたがおかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
No one would verify that I was me. No one was there to prove it for me. I wanted to die. When I lifted my eyes, Yamanote Street was before me, with a vast number of cars coming and going across it. Maybe I would be better off dead. There was no value to an imposter's life. Let's check out Red first. If a monster stayed in this world, he'd only be persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. I found my own existence unsightly. I wanted to be put at ease. I'd be at ease if I died, because I wouldn't have think about anything. Because I wouldn't suffer from anything, because no one would laugh at me anymore, because no one would betray me anymore. I wanted nothingness. I stepped forward on 11 feet. Place with no traffic lights, I reeled towards the roadway. I had a feeling salvation would await me there. Dazzling headlights, a deafening honking, the noise of an anxiety-including squeal. Come, kill me. Me, this imposter, this hideous monster. A powerful impact at my waist. It tossed my body up. It ended up on top of the hood. Intense pain. Something hard crashed into my temple. My sides went black. The sound of bones breaking rang through my head. I couldn't breathe as I were underwater. It sent me flying. It tumbled down. My limbs were writhing. It seemed like pain would burn the nerves apart. Oh, with this I could die. No. When I was opening my eyes, I was standing on the sidewalk. The roadway where I'd just been run over was right in front of me. I looked at myself. I wasn't wounded anywhere, nor was I bleeding, nor did I feel any pain. I had thought I'd become a ghost or something. I wanted to think it. But then, my corpse would have to be lying in the street. saw no such spectacle anywhere. The car had been hit was non-existent. A delusion? I hadn't been inviting pity by calling attention to my desire to die. I seriously wanted to die. This time, seeking salvation for sure, I dashed into the road. Dazzling headlights, a deafening honking, the noise of an anxiety-inducing squeal. Come, kill me. Me, this imposter, this hideous monster. Powerful impact at my waist. It tossed my body up and ended up intense. I didn't saw everything. I was again standing on the side behind. Why did I escape into delusions every damn time? A trembling voice. I raised a cry that verged on being a shriek. I went tumbling out of the roadway once more. Dazzling headlights. No. This is the third time he's trying to kill himself. And this time at least let me die. Nothing had changed. Felt like I was going crazy. In truth, I did not want to die. Did I not want to die, or had I already died and was now dreaming, not on the verge of death? My brain alone had attained super enhanced sensations. What was it making me see this last illusion in less than a second of real time? Like hell? I threw myself over to self-abandon and tried to go onto the right, but my legs quaked. I couldn't move away. It had looped 3 times the illusion of the scene of my death. The pain I imagined there was by itself enough to press on my heart, bringing along its realistic sensations and stir up my fear. I became confounded. I lost the ability to grasp my own emotions. Did I want to die? To live? Which was it? I want to die. I gritted my teeth. I closed my eyes. I mentally chanted, I want to die. And as I did, my feet continued at last. Forward at last. Even though I closed my eyes, I could tell headlights were shining on me. The sound of honking horns would be loud in my ears. The screeching noise approached me with frightful momentum. I'm begging you, run me over and kill me. Again, just an illusion. I wish was readily denied. I stood still on the sidewalk, every body part intact. Why? I collapsed there, weeping. Even though I didn't want to be alive, even though I wanted to be delivered. Just let me out of this fucked up game. As she walked below the overhead rail at the Shibuya station, Saki Harimi took out her cell phone. I think this is where the delusion ends. I think... Let's reload. And take green. My knees wouldn't so much as budge, they wouldn't move for me. My knees were shaking. I couldn't work with the courage to do it, but even though I wanted to die so badly, the terror of death wouldn't let me continue one step forward. I was the one who wanted to die. I was also the one who dreaded death. I became confounded. I lost the ability to grasp my own emotions. I imagine if I put that into my machine learning bot, I think this bot would be way more depresso than Okabe. But yeah, did I want to die or to live? Which was it? I gritted my teeth. I close my eyes. I mentally chanted, I want to die. But my legs still couldn't move. The cars passing by with astounding speeds. The vision of getting run over and killed by one of these lethal steel weapons rose at the back of my head, and I shrank back. Even at this final stage, I was forced to realize that I was a useless, spoiled brat. I ended up thinking expedient things like how, since I was now crouching down there on the sidewalk anyway, maybe a car would skid up and come crashing into me. It would be much easier. It would be so much easier if I could die by some unavoidable force. We have it merging again. Yeah. You choose the red delusion that he tries to fucking murder himself in a delusion like 3 times. That's what you call crippling depression. So let's go neutral. I want to. The impact didn't come. Oh my, the car had stopped in front. He actually tries when you go neutral. But the car stops. The driver got out and started going on and on at me loudly. He shoved me in the he shoved me in the shoulders and yelled, "Why?" I collapsed there. Why wouldn't anyone save me? Why wouldn't they release me? Do you mean to say an imposter isn't even worth killing? She had walked straight there out of the pattern with talking. She brought up her phone's address book and called the number recorded on the name Nana-chan. Recipient soon picked up.
私、実はちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
Rimi had an idea where Nanami was being held imprisoned and who had imprisoned her. She knew for she had too once been in the same environment. It was a past she wanted to forget, but for the sake of saving Nanami, she would readily dare to meet with dark memories for a second time. The reaction of the person she'd called was just that she had just what she had expected. So she smiled wryly.
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。
Both her voice and her expression were very right, but they didn't betray a particle of the tragic yet brave resolution within her. To an onlooker, she would only appear to be making an enjoyable phone call.
昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それに特には関わらせたくないの。
There, Rimi's expression clouded over.
ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに。学生生活もあの学校に私やタクが通ってることも、大臣と友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、タクの存在 そのものも。
Little by little, Rimi's pace grew more relaxed. People she'd never seen before kept passing her from
タクっ
behind.
て、どうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと、普通の女だったら、見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。
As she spoke, she tightened the hand holding her phone to her ear.
なのに、私の心には、なのに、私の心には、もっと一緒にいたかったっていう、この気持ちって、何なのかな。
When she looked up, there was the neon-lit night sky. She couldn't see any stars. Rimi briefly paused to stand still there. Rimi smiled a tiny bit in response to the person at the other end of the line.
さてと、そろそろ切るね。本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで、ね、匠。
So there are two Takumis. Is that what? I have clear memories of how I'd gotten back here after failing to die on Yamanote
この
Street.
コンテナって、誰がどうやってここまで運んだんだろう。
A question that hadn't so much as occurred to me before. When I thought about it anew, all these things that seemed a tad odd to me instead kept catching my notice. They increasingly cornered me. Once I closed the door, the room's interior went pitch black. Leaning up against the door, I stood motionless. All that echoed through the quiet room was the sound of my PC's fan humming and the sound of my shallow breathing. I saw that maybe in the darkness I would have to be as conscious of my hideous self, but it had the reverse effect, in part because I couldn't see anything, and was so very quiet the cruel things Rimi had said to me played on endless repeat in my head.
あなたは、妄想の存在なんだよ。
My own moans sounded helplessly repellent to me. It gave me nausea. Given that I was already repulsive enough, I'd be beyond saving if my existence itself were the stuff on a freak show. I wanted to disappear. Tripping over the trash scattered across the floor, I crept my way toward the back of the room. I switched on the light, driving away the darkness. I grabbed the Seratan figure, post-awakening version that had caught my eye just then, and collapsed into my chair. I embraced Seratan, holding her to my hot chest. She was very small and very hard. She wasn't breathing, and she wouldn't say anything to me, but she didn't have the warmth of 3D Go. Even so, I only had Seratan now. So, we're going to read the Green Delusion first. Rimi had left me, Nanami was missing, Senna had attacked me, Kazupi hadn't protected me, Yua was my enemy, and Ayase was in the hospital. They were the only girls whose names I knew, and none of them would do a thing for me. Reality wasn't easy, I couldn't care less about a monster like me. I clenched Seratan with trembling hands. Harder, harder, perhaps enough to break her. I wanted to disappear.
消えなくたって、これまでタッキーは存在感ゼロだったっしょ。
Burn! Sarah! No! That's a burn! Then as my chest ached with a pang. To think even Sarah wants to say such a thing to me, such awful things to me.
ひどいこともな、消えたいとか言ってるくせに、図星疲れたぐらいでへこむんだ。
You know, you're depresso and your favorite waifu just throws an insult at you. That's...
タッキーはさ、この1ヶ月ぐらい調子に乗ってたよね。周りの人たち、特に女子だよね。可愛い子たちとリア充みたく話すようになっちゃって、 それまではさ、友達なんて一人もいなくて引きこもってたのに。でも、逆に考えれば、またその頃みたいな生活に戻るってだけなんさ。
Going back.
そう、誰とも会っちゃダメ、誰も信じちゃダメ。本物なのか偽物なのかとかどうでもいい。タッキーは私だけ見てればいいさ。前はそれだけで十分幸せだったっしょ。そう感じなくなっちゃったのはタッキーに近づいてきたあの女子たちのせいだよ。あんなアバズレビッチどもとはさ、会わない方がいいって絶対。
そうか、そういうことか。
They were the ones in the wrong. The people who tried to associate with me. The ones like Remy. It was all their fault. I hadn't done anything wrong. I shut myself up again and stay here in an anonymous existence, surrounded by my wives, Seratan the foremost among them. It'll all be okay like that, Seratan.
そういうこと。タッキーは私が幸せにしてあげる。
Seratan said merrily as she lay in my hand. I loathed myself for making her say it. I'm way beyond noxious. I wanted to die more and more. Are his delusion at this point just gonna... Are they just, I want to die? Because that's depressing. So, I think this delusion has ended. So, we're gonna choose the red one for now. See what happens. Sarah Cosby hadn't protected me. You always mad at me. I guess I was in the hospital. They were blah blah. I clenched Seratan. Wanted to disappear. All you gotta do is disappear.
消えてやんよ。消えてやる。
Open my desk drawer. There ought to be a knife in there. Oh no, stop it. Looking back at it now, I've just been your typical egoistical adolescent, but at one time I thought it would be badass to go around with a knife hidden on me, but it stopped when the police enforcement of the laws against it became stricter, as I thought a folding knife was inside, mixed with key holders, trading cards, stationery, and the like. I pulled out the blade. I'd shown invitingly, reflecting the light. It was a little rusted, but must be from how I'd let it sit there for close to a year. But this much rust shouldn't make any difference when it came to slitting my wrists. My left hand, which held Seratan, I put the knife against my wrist. The blade was chilly. I found myself associating with its coldness with death. Please do not do this at home for my viewers. Please do not do this at home. I closed my eyes. I took 3 deep breaths. Afterwards, all I had to do was press the knife down hard and pull it to the side. All I had to do was put a little more power into my right hand. My fake heart raced despite my being fake. It felt like someone had poured cold water into the core of my head, and my shaking wouldn't stop. In fact, it was getting worse and worse, even though I was a fake. Cut it. Then you'll be able to vanish. I raised my voice, frenetically trying to muster enough energy to die. Cut it, 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 cut it! My trembling was so violent I dropped the Seratan figure I'd been holding. I still had the knife pressed to my wrist, the hand holding it there. Shook like a leaf, too. I can't do it! Flinging away the knife, I hunched over in my chair and cradled my head. How pathetic! I didn't even have the courage to commit suicide. There was no value in my life, but I couldn't so much as die. I couldn't so much as tack a period on and put on an end to this ugly and monster self of mine. I was hopelessly useless. It wasn't that I felt an attachment to being alive. I was simply scared of dying, of disappearing, even though I'm a fake. I ended up hoping that someone else would do me the favor of killing me. I couldn't do a thing on my own. I was degenerate, reliant on the powers, reliant on others for everything. Saratan said merrily as she lay in my hand. I loathed myself for making her say it. I was beyond noxious. At night, insufficient presence. Yeah. Go back. Load. 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 And then go neutral, do nothing. Just gonna skip through what we have already read. Why not put it into action? Why not disappear? If I got down to it, right now was only setting myself up as some kind of tragic hero. Even if I don't grieve in here, I wouldn't earn anyone's sympathy. Everyone refused to look at the likes of me. Everyone had cast me aside. No, there hadn't been any bond between us from the start. I didn't have anyone I could call a friend. I didn't even have a family because in the end I was an imposter. Doing nothing but... Come on, just die already. I put Saratan down and ponderously rose from my chair. I found a vinyl record under my bed and picked it up. I tied a circle about big enough to go around my neck and bound the other end to the pipes of... What? And bound the other end to one of the pipes in the frame of my loft bed. No one was there to stop me, naturally enough. Since I was the only person in the room, I managed to fix the vinyl cord in such a way that it felt pretty sturdy. Dying had turned out to be surprisingly easy, I thought to myself. I stuck my head through the loop in the cord until it encircled. This is not pretty. Don't do this at home, okay? Going by the height of my loft bed, standing normally wouldn't be sufficient for hanging myself. But if I threw my legs out, height would cease to be a problem. The only thing it requires was a mental preparedness to die. At the end, I looked at Saratan, smiling at me from atop the desk. The only ones seeing me off were my wives. Saratan foremost among them, but the others lined up on the shelves in huge numbers. Miserable, lonely. The depths of my nose.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. I flung my legs out to make the cord take on my full body weight. It tightened around my neck. The cord put pressure on me. It dug deep into my flesh. It hurt. Before I realized what was happening, the fingers of both my hands had unconsciously started trying to loosen the cord. I was attempting to return my legs to their original position to stand. But then I wouldn't die. If I didn't keep my full weight hanging down like this, it would strangle me. So I put up with it. My throat ached. The pain of the nose of eating into my neck was much worse than my difficulty breathing. Hurry! Hurry up and die. The agony went on. It was so torturous my consciousness wouldn't fade. Not even a tiny bit. My body swung, it twirled around and around in an unsightly manner, which made my legs flap. The pipes in the frame of my loft bed creaked noisily. That was when my body abruptly lost its support. I landed on the hard floor, ass first. I writhed at the pain of hitting my tailbone. So he didn't succeed in killing himself. At the same time, I desperately drank in air. Tears sprang down my eyes. I looked up at the cord tied to my bed, and it had torn in two partway up. Why did I fuck up at the last possible moment? Yeah, I was undoubtedly an incorrigible human being, a useless human being who'd never succeeded in doing a single thing deserving of others' praise. Not that I was even a human being in the first place, but it was too much to mess up even when it came to dying. Why couldn't I die? Even though I wanted to die, now that I'd experienced the anguish of hanging in midair once, the daring and willpower needed for hanging myself another go wouldn't rise up in me. It exists. I came close to retching at myself and how I had again exposed my total reliance on others. I truly was a hopeless guy. At nights, hints of a human presence rapidly faded from hospitals. It was like they had taken in an excess of life and death during the day, and were using this time to regain their balance. Hospitals at this time of night bore neither the scent of life nor the scent of death. All that existed there was an empty tranquility. Ben had to smile ruefully at how odd he himself was, thinking such a thing. But that aside, he found it to be especially quiet today. It still shouldn't have been time for lights out yet, but the illumination in the corridor had been turned off, and he couldn't see a single nurse. Since the moment he set foot in the lobby, Ben had been keenly feeling a bad premonition. He had no basis for it. It was what people call a detective's intuition, but my intuition is usually on the money, isn't it? Maybe in order to distract himself from that premonition, he had ended up thinking about things that one might even call curiously spiritual. While taking a cab to his hospital, he'd dialed Sua's cell many times. It never went through, however, and that itself plainly demonstrated the danger of his junior situation. He couldn't afford to dawdle. He had to find where in his vast hospital Sua was being held as fast as possible, and then rescue him. Plus, he had to do it without catching the kidnapper's notice. The sound of footsteps would echo off linoleum floors. Before entering the lobby, Ben had taken off the leather shoes he had been wearing. Winter was pressing close at hand at the current season. In the current season, Ben couldn't help but shudder at the chill that came up from the floor, passing through his socks. This sliding noise of the automatic doors at the entrance resounded through the lobby. Next came the voice of a girl calling Ben's name. Seeing Kusunoki Yua come in the lobby, Ben went speechless with surprise. He hastily dashed up to her. Yua anxiously ran her eyes deep behind her glasses around the area.
おい、なんでついてきたんだ。身を隠せって言っただろうね。
すみません。でも、私。
Ben looked around for Mama said, but she wasn't anywhere. Awaking to the fact that this girl had come on her own, he scratched his head, his face perplexed.
今すぐ戻れ。これは遊びじゃねえんだぞ。
それは、分かっているつもりです。
分かってるなら帰るんだ。
A dim, empty corridor. From the center of it rolled a wheelchair without anyone to sit in it, advancing on Ban and Yua. Almost simultaneously, there also came the sound of someone sprinting up the stairs.
とにかくユアちゃんは帰れ。いいな。
Ban had already started running as he warned her. He climbed the stairs, chasing the footsteps, listening to her answer. He carried himself with such swiftness. One couldn't possibly have envisioned it from his usual lack of enthusiasm. Chasing the footsteps led him to the roof of the outpatient building. Like a garden, it had been provisioned with plantings. Doubtless it was a space for helping to soothe patients, but unfortunately it didn't seem to come with nighttime lighting. But he couldn't see what kinds of flowers were growing there. Also, since it was the roof and all, it had a strong wind. So short of breath, Ban quickly studied his surroundings. The man who'd made the footsteps had indefinitely fled there. But now his form had unexpectedly disappeared. Did he do a neat job of luring me up there? As he ran away, the man had made so much noise it sounded almost deliberate. The only thing that it could signify was that he'd been attempting to entice Ban to follow him. Ban didn't have his gun with him at the moment. Uneasy about being unarmed, he searched for something that would make a likely weapon, but he couldn't find anything suitable. He sucked in a breath. Sweat was seeping from his forehead, and he wiped it away with his fingers. One step at a time, he continued toward the center of the rooftop garden, from the shadows of the plantings to the shadows of the benches. There are potential hiding spots all over the place. Ben owned all his nerves, so as to be able to respond no matter which direction he got attacked from. The center of the garden was a round plaza, and a number of benches were set up along its outskirts. He squinted at each of them in turn, and he found a suspicious object resting on top of one of them. Paying even more careful attention to his surroundings, Ben slowly walked up to that bench. As he approached, the object's shape grew distinct enough for him to recognize it. It was about as large as a soccer ball, round, black. That's the damn mask. A human decapitated head. Ben had taken charge of dismemberment homicide cases a number of times, and this evoked in him past memories of seeing the same thing in photographs. His sense of foreboding was growing stronger and stronger. When he thought about how it might be suicide, fury and aggravation of the criminal rose in him simmering. Ben ground his back teeth together. He went further towards the bench. The object there remained motionless. The cold night wind blew past him. That was when Ban heard a gunshot. Its suddenness made him flinch. Normally he was supposed to lower his body and look in the direction the sound had come from, but he couldn't even carry out those actions. No. To put it more accurately, there was no longer any need for him to carry out such actions. Did he just die? Feeling a burning pain in his chest, Ben touched his hand to it. A damp sensation. Something was pouring out of him, the unique scent of blood. Pain where his brain had begun to acknowledge a little after the gunshot. He'd been shot. The instant he became aware of this, his legs went limp. Unable to stand, he fell there, shoulders first. The footsteps from before approached him. Desperate, Ban looked up at the man with eyes that were already beginning to fog over. A black shadow holding a handgun. The darkness kept him from recognizing that face.
Ah.
A voice. He'd heard it before.
残念っすよ、先輩。
Sua Mamoru said mockingly, walking past the clumsy fallen man. Top 10 anime betrayals.
そうっす。いやー、祝初発砲ってところっすか？
Whew. That's mean. Grinning, Sua casually picked up the object set on the bench.
ちなみに先輩、やけにこれに注目してたっすけど、そんなに珍しかったんすか？ダーススパイダーのヘルメット。
Coming back up to Ban's side, Sua held the black helmet in front of Ban's eyes as though to flaunt it.
ざまねえ。
As Ban smiled bitterly, most of his sight had already turned hazy. The sensation at the ends of his limbs had gone terribly cold. His chest hurt, but it wasn't agonizing. He sensed the presence of an intense gaze, but he'd lost the ability to determine whether it was coming from Sua or some other person. Knowing his life would only hold out for a few more minutes, Ban forced his body to roll over on his back as it grew rapidly heavier and heavier. Once he sprawled there with his limbs splayed out, the night sky appeared above him. But it was cloudy and he couldn't see the stars. Then again, even if the stars had come out, he'd already lost the ability to see them. As he coughed, the taste of blood spread through his mouth.
さあ、お前はバカだ。まだガキでどうしようもないくらいの
ガキで
バカなデカだ。だが俺はお前のこと結構勝手だ。
Sad life.
自分は先輩が鬱陶しくてしょうがなかったっすよ。
まあ、気持ちはわかる。
Ban's breathing steadily grew shallower. Air leaked from his throat with a hissing sound. His eyes no longer seized on anything.
何者なんだ、お前。
Ban's final question as his consciousness faded away. Sua answered it while pointing the barrel of the gun down at him.
魔法使いっす。
バカが。
At some point the wind had stopped. In the midst of the abruptly calm darkness, two figures went still. But that too lasted for only a moment. Sua's finger slowly tightened around the trigger.
先輩に信仰の救いあれ。
Wow. Ilmi. Grim. Now you get all emo, lol. Or did a real life girl reject you? Then let me tell you something good. If you stay a virgin until you're 30, you become a wizard. Then you'll be able to use magic. Just a piece of trivia. Well, I'm at it. They should book a scramble crossing. They say something big's gonna start in about an hour. Jesus fucking Christ, lol. Go to the party then. Yourself, you'll still be a member of everyone's. You'll be at the center. You'll be the center of everyone's attention. If you're there, they might do you a favor and kill you. I shut off the monitor and hugged my knees in my chair.
僕を殺してよ。誰か。
Because I'd been gripping her with my sweat-drenched hand for a while, her slender limbs had become completely damp, and her arm had gotten all bent out of shape. This voice. Or go for green first. That couldn't be. How? I hadn't misheard it. Out of the girls who visited the space, there was only one imbecile who yelled at the top of her lungs from outside like this. Nanami had come, and I was somewhat surprised at myself for experiencing absolutely no deep emotion in response. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What I'd begun to think. Nothing would change just because Nanami had come over here now. Besides, there was nothing especially mysterious about her coming here. Hadn't Rimi said something about going off to save her? Her noisiness ticked me off. Leave a monster like me in peace. Nanami was only thinking about her own right hand. Not that I had any idea of what become of it. I couldn't get in mood to talk with other people anymore. But she was so goddamn loud I heaved myself out of the chair and headed for the door. The distance between me and that door felt horribly far. I realized I was afraid of seeing Nanami. Survival confirmation. Tell us what happened, Nanami. What the... As I opened the door, Nanami waved her hand with a smile. I froze because Nanami's attitude was all too ordinary, because her energy level was all too usual, because I saw that there was a white bandage wrapped around her right wrist after all. The phone call she'd made to me was only a few hours ago. The agonized voice saying, "Give back Nana's right hand." The smile. She now pointed at me from the right in front of me. The bandage wound around her right hand. They contradicted each other. Nanami was contradicting herself. I see. This must surely be one of the delusions I'm always having. I've never had a sister like Nanami in the first place. That's it. That's obviously it. Ignoring her, I went back into the room and sat down on the sofa. I gave the Seiratan figure another tight squeeze. I clenched her so hard it made my hand hurt a little. But even that pain was delusionary anyway.
お兄、どうしたの？元気ないじゃん。
Everything in this world was made of delusions. Delusions had unfolded solely within my brain. Both me and the delusions I viewed like this, everything was false.
徹夜でゲームでもやってたの？もっと人間らしい生活したら？え？
黙れ。
ちょっと、そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。
Hello, Kumin.
お兄だからって何言っても許されるとか思ってる？
黙れよ。妄想妹が。
妄想？
So, throwing my body against the sofa backrest, I looked up at the ceiling. Without any particular meaning behind it, I started counting the spots of rust there. I didn't want to let Nanami into my sight because she'd only make me grow hollower. Well, not that it made a big difference whether or not I went empty inside, given that I was a delusionary existence and all.
ねえお兄、本当に平気？いつもと全然様子が違うけど。
Acting all grown up and concerned over me, my imaginary little sister was worrying about me. It made irritation seethe up within me. No, rather, why had she barged into my room without asking?
わかった。お腹空いたんでしょう。
I gritted my molars.
ナナが何か作ろうか？
取れ。
Chuck it.
鳥って言った？鶏肉？
Toriniku. No one had said a word about chicken.
鶏肉だと、やっぱ唐揚げかな。でも一人で作ったことないし。あ、別にお兄のリクエストがあったから作るわけじゃないからね。ナナも今日は鶏肉で何か作りたいなって思ってただけだよ。
Typical Tsundra. It's not like I like doing like it's not like I like you or anything. It just this enemy got on my nerves. What I couldn't forgive her was for how she resembled the real thing. No, the real Nanami didn't exist at all, right? Then this Nanami herself was the real one. The real Nanami. My head got all tangled up. So I gave up on thinking. I didn't give a crap about it. Everything was a delusion in the end.
包帯取れ。取ってみろ。ボケが。
包帯って、あ、これ？
What?
転んで打撲しただけだし。
A bruise. The truth, a lie. I'd know if she took
ほん
it
と
off.
じゃあ約束してよ。ナナが包帯取ってみせたら、お兄も元気出すって。
The sound of cloth rubbing against itself echoed through the quiet room. My ears rang, my head ached. Even those things were delusions, so I didn't concern myself with
はい。
them.
って、ちょっとお兄、わざわざ取ったんだから、ちゃんと見てよ。
I slowly lowered my line of sight. Nanami rolled up the sleeve of her uniform and thrust her right hand into my direction. From her slender arm came a drop of blood. The words slashed into her wrist, as wounds were. Hello, Devixa.
その目、誰の目？
Sonome? Darenome? A flash of light shot through my sight. By the time the flash died down, the grotesque wounds I'd seen on her wrist had utterly vanished. I collected my disordered breaths and gnawed hard at my lip. Nanami massaged her unbandaged hand.
青あざ、だいぶ消えてくれたな。最初はすごく腫れてたんだよ。
I didn't know whether or not she spoke the truth. Certainly she didn't have any injuries. But they'd been there before. I didn't understand anything anymore, nor did I want to think about it. I leaned my neck back against the sofa again. Say, Nanami.
Nanami.
I spoke to my sister. To the female who may or may not have been her, turning my gaze on her.
お前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
I'm quickly gonna save here and reload and try the other delusion option we had. We've chosen the green one before. I'm gonna go back and go red now. See what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna skip what I've already read. I couldn't get on the mood. The one standing there was unmistakably Nanami. What happened there? Yet though it wasn't raining, her body was for some reason soaking wet. Water droplets dripped ceaselessly from the sleeves of her uniform. She had her head lowered, and her bangs kept me from seeing her expression clearly. As though her previous overabundance of hollering had been a lie, she didn't attempt to say a word. Nanami ponderously reached toward me. That right wrist of hers had no hand. Her sleeve got in the way, and I couldn't see too well, but it wasn't there. Her hand. A low voice. One that hardly sounded like Nanami's. She slowly lifted her face. Her skin was ashen and desiccated and devastated. Her lips had turned tar black. The depths of her eyes were empty caverns. She didn't have eyeballs. A deep black. From that sunken, hollow space, a single maggot crawled forth. This was a corpse. Nanami's dead body was moving and speaking. Nanami's left hand, reeking of rottenness, clenched my neck. Her hand was so cold as to make me shudder. There was an abnormal strength in her grip, far stronger than any girl. Few males even could grip like this. I had the sensation that the bones in my neck were shattering. It hurt to breathe. I broke out coughing. The pressure of Nanami's hand steadily ratcheted up. I'm going to die. I flailed my hands around, but I soon stopped struggling. If you're going to kill me, then come, kill me. It would put me a little at ease to be killed by your ghost, because it was my fault you ended up in that room. There's no one more suitable to kill me than yourself. So, Harry. I shut my eyes. I entrusted myself to her. Please, hurry and crush all the bones in my neck. Okay. The red delusion is just like a kill me. Nanami's corpse vanished in an instant. I should have been standing by the door, but at some point I'd ended up sitting on the sofa, clutching Seraton in my hand. Nanami stood in the center of the room, chattering normally. There was a bandage wrapped around her right wrist, but her hand was properly connected there. Her complexion was regular, and she wasn't soaked, and her eyes were right where they belonged. Realizing it had all been a delusion, I became crestfallen. Why did it have to be a delusion? Why hadn't it been reality? Noticing my sides, Nanami stooped forward to take a closer look at my face.
しょうがないから、ナナがなんか作ってあげるよ。何がいいかな。あ、そうだ、オムライスにしようかな。最近、卵を半熟にするのがマイブームなんだ。すごいでしょ。お兄も一人暮らしなんかしなかったら、ナナのおいしい半熟オムライスを食べられたのに。もったいないことしたね。
Nanami talked on and on, plus she appeared to be in a good mood somehow, despite how she always peppered me with complaints whenever she came here. Was this Nanami the real thing? Her hyperness was totally different from when she called me earlier, so different. It seemed feigned. Which was why I found myself thinking this Nanami before my eyes might be a delusion. Everything in this world was, well, it was made of delusions. Delusions that unfolded solely within my brain. Both me and the delusions I viewed like this, everything was false. But even if she were real herself, I didn't care anymore, because it was an illusionary existence, not her true mother, because there were no blood ties between us. I didn't want to think about anything anymore.
Nanami.
I spoke to my sister, to the female who may or may not have been her, without turning my gaze on her.
お前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
Now I sought only one thing.
僕を殺してくれないか。
Oof. The front entrance of AH Tokyo General Hospital. Kusanagi Yua stared without making any rustle at the view that was beyond the automatic doors. She had no chance but to head outside the detective band. Let's go back and go neutral, see what we get there.
バカ鬼開けないとひどいんだからね鬼
Upon my opening the door, Nanami shivered immediately and fell silent. Although she wailed at me so much before, she abruptly switched to a meek attitude. I was puzzled. I rarely seen Nanami act like this before, so I ended up thinking about whether or not this Nanami was the real thing.
いるなら入っていい?
I couldn't say anything in answer. Ignoring her inquiry, I went back into the room and sat down on the sofa. I gave the Serotan figure another tight squeeze. I clenched her so hard it made my hand hurt a little, but even that pain was delusionary anyway. Nanami followed me, voicelessly entering the room. Then, looking as if she didn't know what to do, she pushed aside some of the magazines scattered around and crouched on the floor. She didn't say anything, even though she always started giving me some spiel at me right off the bat. She hugged her knees and watched a single point on the floor with a lifeless face. For beneath her right sleeve peeped out a tiny bit of bandage. I was about to tell her I could see her if she said like that, but I stopped myself. This Nanami was definitely a delusion. And I was a delusion as well. Everything in this world was made of delusions. Delusions that unfolded solely within my brain. She is just a delusion. That's which one was out. Why I didn't give a damn about if I could see her panties or if she started on with dark blah blah blah. I shifted my eyes away from her and looked up the ceiling. Without any particular meaning to it, I started counting the spots of rust there. Okay, we had that already.
ねえ、何か喋ってよ。どうして何も言ってくんないの？包帯のこととか気になんないの？
Bandage. I concentrated on the business of tallying up the flecks of rust on the ceiling. I'm not the least bit interested. You're a delusion. Even if you were the real thing, there's no longer any connection between us. Because I turned out to be a delusion. She and I didn't have any blood ties. Abruptly, the sound of cloth. She's undoing her thing. Whether an enemy started stripping on the spot or taking off that bandage or leaping out into another kind of random action, it wouldn't surprise me. It didn't interest me. This was a delusion. I too was a delusion. It was natural for there to be no Seg. That was the conclusion to everything.
見てよ。青技、だいぶ消えてくれたな。バスケしてて、転んで打撲したんだ。見てもくれないの？ナナって、お兄に心配されたこと、一度もないな。逆はしょっちゅうなのに。
I didn't want to see anything more. I didn't want to think about anything.
Nanami.
I spoke to my sister, to the female who may or may not have been her, without turning my gaze on her.
お前が本物でも偽僕を殺してくれないか。
And here we go about killing himself again. The front entrance of Tokyo General Hospital. Kusanagi US Kusanagi US stared without making any rustle at the view that was beyond the automatic doors. She'd had no choice but to head outside when Detective Ben told her to go home right this instant, but she was so concerned about him she couldn't move from the spot. Pursuing an unidentified figure, Ben had vanished into the hospital's upper floors. Though less than 3 minutes had passed since then, Yua studied the lobby, wondering if he would return. After Ben went off to the hospital alone, shaking off Momose's attempts to stop her, Yua had chased after him. In order to come closer to the real criminal and the truth about her sister's death, if only by a step. The person who had sent Ben threatening phone calls saying back out and who had abducted his junior, apparently someone called Suwa-san. That person was in all likelihood the one who had killed her sister Mia. Yua had a hunch that such was the case, so she hadn't been able to fully hold back the impulse driving her forward, regardless of how thoroughly Ben had warned her. It was really dangerous to get involved with this case. So she'd come all the way here, but then it wasn't as if Yua could accomplish anything by simply by having come here. In the end, she was no more than a powerless high school girl. Yua anticipated that maybe Ben would return in high style, having collared the culprit. When she did, she'd have her chance to question the criminal in person. Why did you have to kill my sister? It was the question Yua wanted to ask, no matter what. Right then, she abruptly sensed the gaze. Uneasy, Yua surveyed her surroundings. 2 hours had yet to pass since sundown, but the hospital's front entrance was uncannily quiet. Close beside it was an off-hours entrance. It doubled as a place for the reception of emergency patients, but even there, she could sense no human presence. Near the side of the hospital, a train decelerated as it ran along, but few cars drove down the wide road in front of the hospital, and there were 0 pedestrians. Sandwiched between Shibuya, the city that doesn't sleep, and Shinjuku, the place that was akin to the darkness born from the 2 brilliant lights, nowhere could she see someone who might be the source of the gaze. Resting a hand upon her breast to help tamp down her nervousness, Yua let out a small breath. Next, she cast her eyes unmindfully at the hospital. A lone girl stood there. The lights around the hospital entrance had already gone out, leaving it dim. Despite that, the girl's form floated up out of the darkness with a terrible clarity.
Mia-chan.
Yua murmured unthinkingly. She knew it was impossible, but she couldn't keep her voice from coming out. The girl's figure looked exactly the same as hers, and exactly the same as her younger twin sister, who was no longer in this world. Moreover, the girl was wearing familiar-looking clothing. They were, without a doubt, her little sister's clothes. When she thought that perhaps she was seeing a ghost, she experienced a terror great enough to make all the downy hair on her body stand on end. The girl abruptly turned on her heel, heading for the automatic doors at the hospital building entrance. As she approached them, the automatic doors quietly opened. She wasn't a ghost. Yua was dumbfounded. She instantly broke into a run and went toward the hospital entrance, chasing after the girl. Perhaps because lights out time had already gone by, the hospital building interior was even more deathly quiet than the outside. Each time Yua took a step, the sound of her shoes echoed far down the hallway. It had been the same in the outpatient building, but the excessive silence made it seem even eerier. The girl's presence had disappeared in the direction of the upper floors. She heard something resembling faint laughter as well, like a scene right out of a ghost story. Yo thought to herself as she slowly, step by step, climbed the stairs with great care. She came out on the second floor. She looked down the hallway, but no one was there after all. When she became dubious, suspecting it of having been an hallucination, she heard female laughter from the floor above. That voice, that manner of laughing, Yua had heard them countless times in the past. Upon ascending to the third floor, Yua glanced at the corridor, and there stood a girl with the same face as hers. One of the 5 to die in the first New Gen case, the group dive. Her sister was supposedly to have died 2 months ago. Kusanagi Miya stood there, and there was no denying the tangibility of her existence. Yeah, I have the feeling too that I'm getting close to the good stuff. Like, it's chapter 9 now. It's only that chapter and chapter 10 left, I think. And then I'm done with my first playthrough. Yua took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, but Mia remained there even after she put them back on.
Mia-chan, nano? どう思う?
The automat blocked Semicolon C. What do you think? So I'm gonna play ChäoS Child 2. It did block multiple terms within this one. Actually, so I'm gonna play ChäoS Child at some point too, but I'm not gonna live stream it since ChäoS Child is one thing I just want to, you could say, experience in private. A voice so clear she couldn't think of it as an auditory hallucination. That expression of hers with an invincible smile. She was the very same Mia from Yua's memories. Yeah, probably in ChäoS world, so then yeah. Mia had always been like that. She'd often sneered that way to make herself out to be the bad guy.
Mia-chan. 本当に私がミアで、どういう、もし逆だったら、あなたはミア、死んだのはユア、殺したのはあなた。
No, you!
何を言っているの？あなたは親に愛される姉が疎ましくて、ネットで殺人を依頼したのよ。しかも、自殺に見せかけるように、見ず知らずの4人も一緒に飛び降りさせた。あなたは姉になりすまして、妹の死を悲しみ、涙を流しているふりをしながら、これまで姉が独占していた親の愛を手に入れて、心の中ではほくそ笑んでいる。違うわ。私はユアよ。誰がそれを証明するの？私はユアのはず。でも、確信が持てない。私を、私だと証明するものって何？
What proves me to be who I am?
顔？名前？記憶？
The thing is, if you know Saidevi, your face, your name, your memories, the thing is, the faces are pretty much the same. The names can be swapped, but also memories. They can be swapped. So who is she?
自分のことなのに。自分で自分を証明するなんて不可能よ。私がミアだっていう可能性もあるの。あなたはいろいろと調べていたじゃない。多重人格、 有病。
Somnambulism.
記憶捏造。それから妄想。
The matters she herself had researched up until now were what thrust at her the reality of how memories, or else recollections, were such ambiguous things. She ceased to understand herself. What was she? Yua held her head and shook it like a child throwing a tantrum.
あなたは誰？
Yua, who pretended to be a good girl, automatically received their parents' praise and affection. Mia, who pretended to be a bad girl and actively earned their parents' dislike and looked upon her older sister with envy and loathing, though she hadn't brought it up all upon herself.
さあ、私も。
Mia, or perhaps Yua, began walking soundlessly as though to lead the way for Yua, or perhaps Mia.
私と同じ目に遭いなさい。
Yua and Mia, monozygotic twins with identical faces. The boundary between them was becoming unclear. Standing upright in the darkness, the vast boxes of two buildings. I can see, like, ChäoS, the idea of, you could say, identity ambiguity was being introduced here, but it was reused in Steins Gate 0 with Kagari and Kurisu. Like, since Kagari looked a lot like Kurisu, but with bigger, you know, bigger stuff. And a little bit of a different face, and a bigger build altogether. She was distinct from Kurisu, but yeah. She was trying not to be Kurisu, but at some point had Kurisu's memories. Identity ambiguity. Standing upright in the darkness, the vast boxes of two buildings. But compared to the Shinjuku skyscrapers that towered nearby, they were just like children gazing up at adults. The roof of the hospital building, Yua had arrived there. Lured on by Mia, who knew how his work it might have been, but one corner of the fence soaring around it contained a broken area large enough for a single person to pass through. Yua and Mia, having ventured through that broken spot to the other side of the fence, stood at the edge of the roof. Directly in front of them was the outpatient building. Since it was shorter than the usual hospital wing, they could take its rooftop garden in at a glance. That side it wasn't illuminated, so you wouldn't be able to tell even if someone were there. The wind was strong on the roof. The wind made Yua and Mia's long, soft hair and the sleeves of their clothing flutter fiercely.
私たちはもともと一つだったんだから。また戻るだけ。一歩を踏み出せば。あなたは私になる。
Empty-eyed, Yua mechanically repeated emotionless words. Spreading out her arms as though to keep her balance, she held her ground against the vigor of the wind blowing at her. Close by her, spreading her arms out in the same way as Yua, Mia looked in her direction and smiled.
耐える必要なんてないよ。あなたは私の痛みを知らなくちゃならない。さあ、飛んで。
さあ、飛んで。
そうすれば、私もあなたも同じ痛みを共有するわ。私は、どっちなの？私？あなた？それを聞いても意味はないわ。どっちにしたって、私は飛ぶ。
All vestiges of hesitation vanished from Yua, and as she began to take a single step forward, a gunshot tore through the moonless night. Yua came back to herself with a gasp, and looking down at her feet, She let out a cry. She went dizzy, faced with the height of the place where she had come to stand on her own accord. She lost her balance and seemed about to fall off. She desperately reached for the fence at her back and avoided plummeting down by clinging to it. She'd heard the gunshot from the roof of the outpatient building. She turned, rise again at its direction. She could just barely make out human shapes in the circular clearing at the center of the rooftop garden. There were two of them. One leg collapsed, the other stood beside him.
Bansan.
Had that detective shot somebody to death, or had somebody shot him to death?
何をしてるの？どうして私と同じ痛みを味わおうとしないの？そんなの卑怯よ。ずるいわ。ミヤちゃん。
So somebody must have real booted Mia-chan. But who?
違うわ。私はユアよ。
Or Yua and that, whatever. One of them.
私。
Must be real booted.
ミヤはあなた。あなたは一体。私はあなたの望んだもの。あなたは私の望んだもの。
Mia made a grab for her. She put both hands to Yua's neck and squeezed them tighter. A powerful pressure on her throat. She was losing the ability to breathe. Mia wasn't a ghost. She definitely had a physical body. She was strangling Yua by the neck.
お願い。死んでよ。今日ぐらい、私のお願いを聞いて。いつも我慢してきたんだから。
Yua's sight went red. Her hands wandered in the air, but they couldn't grasp anything. She was going to be killed. Faced by the extremity of that terror, Yua threw her whole body into the struggle to shake Mia off her, using a strength she hadn't known she possessed. But Mia was strong as well, and Yua simply couldn't compete. Even her thoughts began to go red. It felt like her consciousness had been covered by glove blood. As she shook her head violently, her glasses fell off. A bystander who would no longer have been able to tell Yua and Mia apart. The results could freely determine who had killed who. If Yua died, all Mia would have to do was become her. If Mia died, all Yua would have to do was become her. Resignation gradually spread through Yua's heart. The hatred-filled face of Mia, or as Yua, before her. Not wanting to see it, she turned her face away. What came flying into her reddened field of sight was a planting, the flowers that brought color to the rooftop garden. She had the sense that a dissimilar shadow was mixed in with those flowers. It may have been a hallucination, but one she was seeing because she'd lost her glasses, but she could no longer breathe. In the midst of her suffering rose up a faint serenity. While she thought to herself that maybe it would be alright to let everything go like this, the demands of her bodily instincts, insisting that she didn't want to die, rejected that serenity. The same instinct made her stretch a hand toward that out-of-place shadow. The distance between her and the planting was roughly 2 meters. Under these circumstances, it would be impossible for her to touch it. When she reached for it, despite that, her fingertips brushed something hard and cold. She grasped it all but unconsciously. A split second later, Kusanagi Yua's dwindling consciousness went clear, as though a fog had lifted away from it. An intense, invisible impact burst forth. A red light resembling flower petals danced there, sending the twins, one of whom had almost been lying atop the other, flying apart. Coughing, Yua swayed to her feet, looked at what she was gripping, and widened her eyes. It was a single sword. All too keen, all too elegant, all too immaculate, all too valiant, all too profound and unfamiliar, all too delicate and easily damaged, all beautiful enough to invoke tears. and beautiful enough to invoke tears. That which lay in her hand, that which what it reminded of, Yua of were Ayase' sword, which she had previously seen in the subway, and the sword belonging to the girl of whom Ban had spoken, Senna. Blown away by the mysterious shock from before, almost buried in one of the plantings, Mia came crawling out, pressing down on her head. So she just awakened and became... You can see she finally got her... D-sword?
私は、みやちゃん。私、やっとわかったわ。どうしてここまで一生懸命あなたの死の真相を調べていたのか。私を殺そうとしたの？私はまた殺されるところだったの？
And again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
結局、私はあなたが怖かったのよ。当てつけに死なれたと思ったの。あなたがわからなかったの。あなたが死んだ理由は私のせいじゃないって証明して安心したかった。最低のお姉ちゃんね。どうして死んでくれないのよ。
Nothing she said would get through to Mia anymore. Their two hearts, which had begun as one and the same, were now perfectly estranged and would never return. Mia seized at her again, recalling her previous agony and trembling in horror. You are... A flash. The sword in her hand traced the sharp locus. It clove the ghost in half. Mia stopped moving, wearing an expression of astonishment. She groped at the wound carved from her lower left abdomen to her right shoulder. No blood emerged.
ミヤちゃんは2ヶ月前にそれならあなたは誰なんですか？
Psychological attack, I guess. Innumerable particles large enough to be visible seeped out of Mia's body. Enveloped in foam, her flesh gradually crumbled and its outlines faded and metamorphosed into something separate. Leo looked at it with disbelieving eyes. What at least appeared in Mia's stead was a stout man. He wore a denim shirt and dirty jeans, with a rucksack on his back. A man Yua had never seen before.
あなた誰？どうしてミヤちゃんの姿に？どうやって？
Bewildered, Yua retreated with this word. Still, it had. The man too appeared flustered, since he probably hadn't imagined being exposed as himself.
お前こそなんで？まさかこのガキギガロマニアックスか？聞いてないぞ。くそ、どうしたら。
Paying no heed to gravity, it flew all but horizontally. By the time the man had turned to look behind him, it had already pierced the rucksack he was wearing. And from within that rucksack gushed a pale flash of light. The man went taut, as though he had received an electric shock, and toppled over on his face with the whites of his eyes showing. Bubbles frothed from his mouth, and he convulsed. That which had stabbed his rucksack. A sword with beautiful curves similar to the one Yua had obtained moments ago.
これ
Yua remembered seeing that sword somewhere. She had spotted it once before. Seeing a human presence approached her, Yua raised her hand. She, who emerged out of the dimness.
何事かと思ったらこんな騒ぎになっていたのね。
what a comeback, Ayase.
岸本さん
Expressionless, Ayase glanced at the sword Yua
感じ
held.
る。大いなる意志を。私がこの病院に居続けた意味は、こういうことだったんだわ。
Ayase picked up Yua's fallen glasses, knelt in front of Yua, who had sunk down there dazedly, and looked into her face. Her thin fingers gently brushed Yua's hair back and softly placed the glasses on
君も
her.
グラジオールの黒騎士だったのね。
The Black Knights of Gladio. Give me a sec. She gave her an ephemeral smile.
僕を殺してくれないか。
Nami's face stiffened at my words, but she soon put on a forced smile.
お兄、つまんない冗談やめなよ。
やめなよ. That reaction wasn't like Nanami. Normally, rather than laughing and letting it slide, there was no doubt she'd get pissed off and preach at me. Don't say that kind of thing, moron. Moron. Well, it wasn't like I cared. It didn't matter. If she wouldn't kill me, I no longer had any business with this Nanami. I wouldn't mind if she vanished right away. Seraton and I gazed at each other. If Seraton were three-dimensional, she would surely be delighted to grant my wish. If I were going to be born as a delusionary existence anyway, I'd have wanted to be born in the second dimension.
ねえ、そんな冗談は置いといて、その話があるんだ。あのね、お兄にもらったバングル、なくしちゃったの。どうせ適当に扱ってたんだろうとか言わないでね。ナナ、そんなことしてないもん。本当に大切にしてたもん。なのに、どこでなくしたのかもわかんなくて。
She treasured such a thing? How comical. From my perspective, there had to be a limit to how comical she could get. When you got down to it, there was something I'd given her. That sort of thing had no value.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
Did I take her bangle? I don't know when, what, where. For starters, there was reason to subject whether or not I'd given Nanami the bracelet in the first place. Even that event may have been imaginary. Therefore, nothing in this world had any value. Nothing appearing in my memories had any value. Where she put her bangle. She put it on the wrist. Didn't she?
お兄が初めてくれたプレゼントだったのにな。
It must have been the right one. I think it was the right one.
なんでなくしちゃったりしたんだろう。
僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄。
僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄は、どうして、いつもそうなの？
Let me have a little look. Give her back her. Oh. Oh. Head lowered, fist clenched, Nanami muttered.
たまには、お兄ちゃんらしく、頼りがいのあるとこ、見せてよ。
Doesn't he still have that package with the right hand and the bangle and the phone? Technically speaking? Or was that thing just an illusion? Delusion, I mean. What would you've come barking up the wrong tree if you're gonna accuse me because I'm a delusionary existence.
僕は妄想じゃない。
I legitimately can't either.
僕は妄想じゃない。
All I stared at was Seratan's smile. There was no need to hear out what Nanami had to say. No point in listening because I'm in a delusionary existence.
今までずっと、ナナがしっかりしなきゃって思って、頑張ってきたけど。でもね、やっぱり、ナナだってたまには、誰かに甘えたいよ。誰かにじゃなくて。
Damn, don't tell me she's a broke-on.
お兄に、甘えたいよ。
I want you to pamper me. Incest.
僕は妄想じゃない。
だって、お兄は、ナナのお兄なんだから。
Broke-on.
お兄に頼りたいって思うこと、ナナにもあるんだよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
そりゃ、いつもああしろこうしろ言われて、お兄も嫌だろうけど、それは、お兄がだらしないから仕方なく。言いたいことはそういうことじゃなくて。
僕は妄想じゃない。
僕は妄想じゃない。
妄想じゃない。
ナナだって、いろいろ愚痴を聞いてもらいたい時とか、泣きたい時とか、あるんだよ。お兄に、優しくしてもらいたい時とか、あるんだよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。
ねえ、ナナの話。
Relationship crisis. Oh.
ナナ、今、すごく、悲しいんだよ。お兄にもらった、大切なバングル。声出して、泣きたいくらい、悲しくて、辛くて。
This is a serious broke-on.
お兄に、抱きしめてほしいのに、お兄に、頭撫でて、慰めてほしいのに。ねえ、お兄、今日だけは、ナナのわがまま、受け止めてよ。
I absent-mindedly raised my face and Nanami was crying. Even while she hung her head and fought to withstand it, tears kept falling from her bitterly. Upon opening the glass door and entering the place resembling a lobby, Sakihata Rimi shuddered. Air that seemed cold enough to freeze her came crawling up her legs. She sensed no one nearby, which was natural enough, considering that what kind of place this was, but when she thought about what waited ahead of her, Rimi ended up wanting someone to be there. Immediately in front of her was a soundproof door, the kind found in the movie theaters. Coldness came floating from the crack beneath it, along with a white mist akin to dry ice. Rimi bit her lip hard. She held her D-sword with both hands. She'd already rebooted it.
だから大丈夫。だから、怖がっちゃダメだ。
Desperately telling herself this, Rimi gulped in a breath, then pushed the soundproof door open with her shoulder. Rimi's eyes widened at the spectacle spreading out there. All too colossal, a device that brought monsters to mind. It was ensconced in the center of a dome-shaped room. An eerie noise resounded faintly through the room's spacious interior. It was low, a sound like a beast growling, a sound signifying that the device was in operation.
ノア2。
Noah 2.
もう、動いてるんだ。
君のおかげですよ。
A voice responded to the antipathy in Rimi's monologue. The instant that voice reached her ears, Rimi felt her soul quake.
崎畑リミ。1年半ぶりですね。
Bruh. Rimi's instincts harbored terror. Trembling surged from the depths of her heart. Hateful memories assaulted her. Her shadowed past seemed about to resurrect itself. Shaking her head lightly and clenching her D-sword harder to endure it, Rimi swept her gaze toward the direction where the voice had come from. Noticed it did nothing wrong. A vast apparatus. Noah 2. Beside it, the figure of a tall, suit-clad man. And...
Nana-chan!
The fuck? Nishizu Nanami was being held captive there. Her torn uniform, her blood sword bandaged on her right wrist, her limply hanging head, her horribly pallid complexion. Oh damn, I just... What the... She made such a painful sight, Rimi lost all words, like the crucified Jesus of Nazareth. No, that which captured Nanami wasn't something one could call a cross. It was a long way off, with so much malice filling its shape. All the evil in this world, all the chaos in this world, all the corruption in this world. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that it represented all of them in a tangible form.
君がこの1年半、どこで何をしていたかについて興味はありませんが、困りますね。あまりうろちょろされると。
Animated mouths. That man, Norris Genichi, had a placid manner of speaking, but his voice encompassed a blade-like sharpness, frantically keeping herself from sinking down on the spot. Rimi glared at him.
ほう。まさかここに来たのは、お友達を助けに来た。と。
ナナちゃんを、話して。そ その子は何も関係ないでしょ。
では、直接話してみてはどうですか？
Norris's suggestion confused Remy. She was bluffing now, but the instant she saw Norris's face, her heart had awoken to fear and her legs had begun quivering. Incapable of moving, she called out to Nanami, pinned up there.
Nana-chan!
Nanami's head twitched. Slitting open her closed eyes, she raised her face and caught Remy in her empty sight.
Remy-san... 大丈夫？今、助けてあげるから。
Midway through Remy's sentence, Nanami's face contorted in anguish. She went white and took rapid breaths.
痛いよ。右手が痛いの。
So I assume this is the real Nanami, and the other one must be a delusion, like for real. We have two Nanamis now. One of them must be a delusion. Or a real boot. Or something. One of them is real, one of them isn't. Which one is it? With a slither, Nanami's body slipped down from the cross. I assume that this one's real because they want Takumi to do something. I don't know. They want something. I think they want Takumi to like activate his powers. In order to do that, there needs to be like a threatening situation. I assume that's what it is. So at the other hand, why would there be a fake Nanami? That's the other thing. He would be responsible of the fake Nanami. Responsible for, I mean. Lying down, lifting only her head, Nanami made her gaze drift about as if she were searching for something.
ナナのバングル知らないかな。見つからなくて。ナナのバングルどこにもなくて。バングルだね。わかった。私知ってるから。だから私と一緒にここを出よう。手が痛いよ。ナナはなんでリミさんのこと知ってるんだっけ。リミさんなの。リミさんがナナのバングル。嘘。どうしてひどいよ。
Realizing something was odd about Nanami, Remy swiftly looked over at Norrise. He was silently watching Remy and Nanami exchange, a mocking smile on his lips. ナナちゃんに
何を見せてるの。
Nanami's gaze was fixed on Remy. She stood all the way up, slowly shaking like a newborn fawn, and extended her right hand as though to offer her upturned palm in Remy's direction. A blood-stained bandage. It almost looked as if her hand were connected. But one scarlet droplet after another dripped and fell from it without stopping. A puddle of blood was forming at Nanami's feet. She needed treatment quickly. On the reverse side of her sense of urgency, Remy wasn't able to draw any closer because approaching Nanami also meant approaching that man. It frustrated her so much she found herself on the verge of weeping.
リミさんが持ってたの。ナナちゃん、帰ろう。どうして持ってくの。返して。ナナのバングル、返して。落ち着いて、ナナちゃん。お兄からもらったナナの大切なあれは誰にも渡したくないの。返して。返してよ。ナナちゃん、返して。
together with her cry of lamentation. One of the drops of blood spilling from Nanami's wrist rapidly crystallized before falling to the floor. With the drop at its core, a material like some kind of mineral came flying out of nothingness, almost as though an inorganic carapace were ripping through a rift in space in the blink of an eye. It came together to form a single shape. So we're on a run. First, yeah, I don't know. A lot of these swords. One far more reminiscent of a cross than the thing that had previously held Nanami. Or else standing perpendicularly, as though to reject everything before it. A sword. Nanami held that sword to her chest as though embracing it. Her tears overflowed in sorrow, falling toward it. The D-sword blinked a brilliant red, as if it were her pulse. Everybody's a gigalomaniac, I guess. Everybody's a gigalomaniac nowadays. I am a gigalomaniac. You are a gigalomaniac. We're all gigalomaniacs. 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 Whatever. Sheesh. Sorry, but I'm not gonna let that through. Just for today, let me have my way. Nanami was crying even while she hung her head and fought to withstand it. Tears kept falling from her bitterly. So, I'm a bit confused now. We've had Nanami on that crossy thing, and now we have Nanami back here, so I took a single glance at her. Then soon returned my line of sight to the ceiling, resuming the task of counting up the rusty spots.
抜かれたって、僕には何もできないよ。僕は妄想の存在なんだから、妄想の。
そんなこと言わないでよ。お兄が妄想のはずないじゃん。だってナナは小さい頃のお兄のこと知ってるもん。いつもナナに世話かけさせて、ちっとも頼りにならないけど、でもお兄は昔からずっと。
I see what you did there. I see. It was as Nanami said. I remembered the time when Nanami was still small. I had memories of my childhood. I remembered being unable to go on a field trip in elementary school, watching TV about the accidents my classmates' bus had gotten into. I remembered Mr. Saito, my homeroom teacher who had died then too. The words of Remy, someone totally unrelated to me. Or the words of my sister who had been raised with me since we were little. Wasn't it beyond obvious which I ought to believe in? Remy wasn't the only one. Remy wasn't the one in the right. Nanami was the one in the right. If Nanami were the real thing, then so was I.
Nanami.
I extended my hands toward Nanami. Nanami's existence was now my sole hope. That was the only existence that could deliver me.
助けて。ナナミ。助けて。
If Nanami's warmth were real, I could prove I was myself. The forlornly weeping Nanami wiped her tears, looked at me with reddened eyes, put on her tearful smile. I nodded over and over. If it would bring Nanami salvation, if it would bring me salvation, I would embrace this cheeky little sister of mine happily, any time. I would embrace her, the only thing in this world, my sister, who shared the same blood as me.
Nanami, 助けて.
Wanting to feel her warmth as soon as possible, I slowly circled my arms around the body that came leaping toward my chest. Tighter, tighter. I was about to hold her.
Honey.
Just before then, Nanami's body became enveloped and pale light broke down into an infinite number of tiny blue particles. I knew she was a delusion, and then particles burst in the air, one after another, like bubbles. And my outstretched hands embraced nothing. There was no warmth against my chest. Before my eyes, Nanami was annihilated. And Nishino Nanami held tight the D-sword born from her own blood, using her left hand alone. She only laid her right wrist against it, the blood dripping from the bandage on her wrist. Slid slowly down the gutter formed by her sword.
知ってたの？ナナちゃんがギガロマニアックスだって。
Yeah, like this name already suggests, the Moo bot is just another bot. One that I put in there to, like, prevent spam. And I think the first one that got muted by Moo bot was Ghost, as he tried to do his cross-site scripting attack, which didn't work. Rimi's question was aimed at Norase, who feigned being a mere bystander. No matter how much she glared at him, his face remained cool.
偶然の産物というものですよ。
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに、何が偶然なの
Zavardo, even though you have done such horrible things to Nana-chan, what do you mean, happenstance?
君の時のような苦労はしませんでした。我が社にはすでに覚醒させるためのマニュアルが確立していますから。もっとも、西条匠にだけはそのマニュアルも通用しませんが。
化け物だなんて言わないで。
君も化け物だから。
そういう話はしてない。
虚無から生まれたものだから。と言い換えた方が良かったですね。
Rimi averted her eyes and bit her lip in vexation. Her trembling still wouldn't stop. In spite of her thinking she had to save Nanami, her feet remained rooted to the floor and wouldn't move for her. Norase, on the other hand, was the very picture of calm as he appreciatively caressed Nanami on the head. Nanami wasn't shown hasn't shown any reaction. Face lowered, she repeated her shallow breaths.
闇のある一点だけを灯しているスポットライト。その周囲には無数の死体が転がっているのでしょうが、誰にも見えない。君自身にもです。
そんな話、やめて。
例えば君が自殺をしたら、スポットライトは数十センチ横にずれて、君を闇で覆ってくれるでしょう。そして、何も知らない別の誰かが、代わりにスポットライトを浴びる。
At Remy's sharp voice, Norris shrugged his shoulders and held his peace.
痛い。ナナちゃんを解放してほしいんだけど。
拘束は解きましたが？
連れて帰る。
構いませんよ。もう用済みです。
ナナちゃん、帰ろう。その件は消して。だったら、バングル返して。返すから。
Remy knew where Nanami's hand was in safekeeping. That day, the night Nanami's hand had been delivered to Takumi's room. So it is still at Takumi's room. After Takumi trembled in humiliation atop the roof of Otafront and collapsed there, Remy had retrieved... Ah, okay, I see. Remy had retrieved the hand from inside his fridge. Now Shogun had it. He had preserved it, freezing it so it wouldn't rot. The bangle, too, was there. I know back then I thought the bangle was something crucial to her D-sword, potentially. But now I see without the bangle, she also has a D-sword, so... There's that. Nanami's voice, whose words had also sounded like those uttered in delirium, grew more and more savage.
一つ聞きますが。
Noah's abrupt interjection inwardly... Remy inwardly clicked her
西条
tongue.
匠にとっては、君たち二人のうち、どちらがより重要度が高い存在ですか？
Wow. What a mean question. Remy lowered her eyes.
リミさんなんか。
In a position, Nanami raised her gaze. Light had returned to her once empty eyes. It was so fiery as to be described as deviant. Now that is a really tricky question. Well, if we judge by the last scene we had, it might be he might be in favor of Nanami right now, but historically seeing, he didn't really like his sister and kind of like Remy more. So there's that. But guess we'll find out then. As Remy hastily tried to brace herself, her body shrank back at the sudden arrival of darkness. It was as though the lights had been cut. Remy didn't know whether it was something done deliberately or an accident. Remy murmured as if to encourage herself. Her voice made the air tremble, but it soon melted into darkness. She noticed she had stopped hearing that growling sound from Noah too. She hated the dark because it made her recollect memories of that time. Remy turned her head. That what spread out before her was an endlessly deep darkness. Not a single thing that one might call light existed there. Could she see nothing because her surroundings were dark, or was she not seeing anything because her vision wasn't working? She lost even her sense of up and down. She no longer had understood where she was. Darkness invaded her five senses, and she lost the ability to distinguish her own physical body. Or else it was as though her flesh had transfigured into vapor. As though her consciousness were spilling out of its vessel. The past and present melted together into her memories, began intermingling. When was now? When was the past? A single beam of light shone into a world covered in a perfect blackness. In the center of that circular spotlight, Remy hugged her knees. Remy looked at this from the midst of the darkness. It was the same as that time. That time, Remy had possessed nothing. Before she knew it, she was being confined and tortured. Her psychological agony was worse than the physical agony. Hellish days. Days of only enduring it. Remy knew nothing of who she had been before then. Then and how had they imprisoned her? How long had they been torturing her? Remy didn't know. She had a feeling that it wasn't amnesia. She felt as though the instant she unexpectedly awoke, the consciousness known as herself had been born. Maybe the personality that had resided in this body until then had wanted to escape the overwhelming hardship and had committed suicide inside her own delusions. Maybe the current Remy had been born as a new personality. Maybe there had been many different personalities before her. Maybe even the name Sakihata Remy was in truth something different each time. To myself, I don't exist. She sensed something moving in the darkness. Remy stood up and dragged herself toward its presence. When she moved, the spotlight followed her. The real identity of that presence was a dead Remy lying down there. Without looking at Remy, Remy murmured,
あなたは何番目?
Are we getting like a Ray kind of type personality here at this point? Or Ray type of creation story? Where there are like multiple clones of her or multiple versions of her? It's kind of...
私は
Or was that another psychological attack? Remy's eyeballs twitched, while tears overflowed incessantly from the corners of her eyes. Her tea sword slipped and fell from her hands. Remy sank down in place with a thump, like a child covering her face with her hands, feebly shaking her head. I'm sorry. I didn't last. Nanami watched her expressionlessly. Norris snorted as though it bored him. He laughs like a retard. Narumi had disappeared without a trace. She had dissolved into bubbles before my eyes. She hadn't existed as anything of substance.
どこだよ。出てきてよ。いるんだろう。また、たずらか。隠れてるんだ。やめろよ。
The last hope he had was just gone. It's just gone. The last hope is gone. And there are his wives. Tears made my sight go fuzzy. No matter how I wiped them, they kept welling up, hot droplets, but even the heat, and even the emotions making we were delusions. Because I myself was a delusion, Nanami had been a delusion. I had been an idiot for expecting something of her. Even for a second, my hope had been rapidly shattered.
で、いつ、この妄想って、冷めるの？早く、冷めてよ。
早く冷めてよ。I myself didn't really know who I was talking to. But in any case, I wanted someone to listen to me, and I didn't care who.
この妄想が覚めたら、僕は、本当はイケメンなんだ。そうに決まってる。物分かりのいい妹と、優しい姉がいるんだ。かわいい彼女と付き合ってて、その子はリミとかセナみたいな電波女じゃなくて、セーラさんみたいないい子なんだ。
He's really broken.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
Crawling on the floor on my hands and knees, I buried my head in a mountain of garbage and clutched at Seraton. I punched the floor, frenetically trying to avert my eyes from reality, but I couldn't do it. Rimi's words repeated themselves mercilessly inside my head.
死にたい。死にたいよ。どうして誰も僕を殺してくれないんだ。ねえ、セーラタン殺して、僕を殺して。
そんなに死にたいの？
死にたい。こんなのもう嫌だ。自分の存在が嫌だ。何も考えたくない。生きていたくない。
The whole I just wanna die thingy. Please. Move on!
そうなタッキー。だったら、すぐに殺される方法を教えてあげる。
Just as suspected from a wife of mine, Seraton always showed me tireless devotion.
とりあえず、外に出るんさ。
外に？
Standing up as she told me, I left my base, all the while catching my feet on pieces of trash and almost tripping multiple times. I harbored no doubts about doing so. Seraton was the only one who would never betray me, because she was my bride, because she wasn't a 3D girl. When I came outside, a strange noise struck my ears. With the sound, I felt like I'd heard it somewhere before.
この音を追いかけて。
追いかけたら殺してもらえるの？
そういうこと。
優しく殺してもらえるかな。
Is he going to actually go down that path and go follow that thing and go to... Maybe that's the voice of Noah 2. You could say that the sound of Noah 2 is gonna go there and it's gonna find himself seeing Nanami there. That's what I'm guessing. And then shit's going down the... Shit is gonna go down. Shit is gonna hit the fan at that point. My predictions just...
私が保証するよ。
よかった。やっと死ねる。
The sound was my salvation, the key to my salvation. Inviting me toward a more restful land. Holding Seraton, I began walking in the direction the noise was coming from. The sound drew nearer and farther and over and over. Farther over and over, as if it were leading the way for me. When I seemed about to catch up, it would rapidly go far away. When I seemed about to lose track of where it was coming from, it would approach me and wait for me. Like it had a will of its own. A sound with its own will. It was evocative of Shogun, and his face flickered at the back of my brain, but I soon stopped caring either way. Whether or not it was him, I didn't mind who it turned out to be, so long as they were going to kill me. I also stopped thinking about what the sun's true form might be. I was going to die in a little while anyway, and that was a delusionary existence. There was no meaning in my pondering it. Making the inside of my head a white blank, I all but unconsciously reeled my way after the sound, like a moth swarming in the direction of light. The area around me grew boisterous. I began losing track of the sound. Clicking my tongue, I was about to look for the source of this racket when I had a start. At some point, I ended up standing in the pedestrian scramble. Let's go for the green one first, then for the red one, and then for the neutral. I realized the tumult came from the astoundingly huge crowd of people flooding this intersection. They were pretty much packed together like sardines. Everyone was pushing and shoving like on the morning train to work. There was an even greater number of people than at the time of my live broadcast from a tableau front. Come to think of it, Grim had posted about it in our chat, that there'd be a major party at the Scramble Crossing tonight. Sarah, what's going on? I only have nasty memories of this place. Why did you take me here? Besides, where's the person who's supposed to kill me? A stunningly large crowd on this chilly autumn night. What kind of party would be held by such a gathering of people so massive they had no room to breathe? Everyone was paying attention to me. I braced myself thinking they were going to denigrate me and sneer at me and expose me to humiliation again like they had before. The trauma from back then made my knees go weak. But the spectators' reactions were utterly different from last time. Everyone spoke to me kindly and encouragingly, which was why I blinked countless times, feeling like I'd gotten taken in by some kind of trickster spirit. They were going to cheer me on? Before me was a pathway created by people lining up on either side. They went so far as to create an overhead arch with their hands, and they were waiting for me to pass through. It was practically like an elementary school graduation ceremony. The path led up to the entrance of O-Front. I timidly began advancing down it. The words they tossed at me grew warmer still. Furthermore, when I set foot inside O-Front, even the store clerks from Tatsuya and Subata welcomed me with applause. Bravery rose steadily within me. Bravery in the face of death. The roof at O-Front was as dim as ever. I sucked in a breath. The bitter experiences I'd been through the last time I came here revived in me, making me briefly hesitant to keep going forward. Even though I'd mustered my courage and everything, I became aware of my own and never-ending uselessness. So I hear that voice again. So I assume this is just my bare assumption that the wheelchair dude, Shogun, isn't, you could say, the baddie. He could be seen as like trying to mentor Takumi, or he is a baddie and tries to activate. He tries to activate Takumi's power, which they need for Noah too, apparently. As far as I understand, for some reason they want Takumi's power to be activated, like for him to awaken as a gigalomaniac. So the sound of a wheelchair's wheel creaking. Along with it, in the same way as before Shogun showed himself, he was wearing a Darth Spider helmet today as well. On top of that, Shogun wasn't the only one here.
よくもう一度挑戦する気になったな。
So let's go back to the delusion. Choose red.
Revenge ってこと。目の前にいるっしょ。
目の前。
As I stayed like that, someone jostled me in the back, and maybe it would be more correct to say he'd hit me with a body blow. Caught by surprise, I stumbled forward and somehow managed to take a step, keeping myself from falling all the way. When I turned around, there was a guy who looked like a salaryman in his 20s. I'd never seen his face before. He looked at his own hands and muttered something with no apparent meaning. When I wondered to myself if this were some kind of harassment, I sensed a heat near my wrist, and then the feeling of a foreign object, like something was stuck in the area around my lower abdomen. I started throbbing. A burning pain. Grimacing, I felt around my torso something like the hilt of a knife was sticking out of there. No, it wasn't sticking out of me. The knife was stabbing into me. The pain sharp. In addition, my pants had turned wet without my realizing it. I was shocked to notice that it was due to my own blood. From straight in front of me, a young fashionable collegiate woman ran toward me with a smile on her face and a butcher knife in her hands, and I didn't have enough time to avoid her. Welcome to murder, ADV. The butcher knife pierced me deep in the stomach. Thrilled, the women soon left me. Before I knew it, a mass of people had surrounded me. Students, adults, young men and middle-aged women alike. Like every one of them held fighting knives or kitchen knives in their hands and watched me grinning. The 4 Jumbotrons. On each of them danced a gaudy caption. Offline meetup for everyone to stab the fake Esper Nishija Takumi to death. Currently in session. A queue of people waiting their turn formed in front of me. Everyone began lining up in an orderly fashion, awaiting their turn to stab me. This time it was a fat Ganguro high school girl. Her knife penetrated me in the side. My thoughts couldn't keep up with the situation, and I didn't even have the spare room to feel pain. It took all I possessed to simply stay standing. Shoving that Gakura High School out of the way, an aging salaryman charged at me, tightly clutching a cooking knife. That older man yanked out the knife he'd stabbed me once with, then plunged it into me again. There was already one in my back, another 3 in my stomach, blades thrust out of my body, looking absurd. But it still wasn't over. The number of people in the line for waiting to stab me increased rapidly. Eyes bloodshot. Everyone waited impatiently for the chance to stab me. Hitting the limit of my tolerance for pain, I seemed about to fall over. However, the man who'd first attacked me was pinioning me from behind. He said a split second after there came another searing pain in my back. A hard, cold blade was gouging its way through my skin, my flesh. I started to tell them to stop, but frantically shut my mouth. In a certain case, wasn't this what I had longed for? I'd wanted someone to kill me. In that case, wasn't I getting exactly what I'd wished for? Don't tell them to stop or anything. As the man held me up, leaving me incapable of collapsing, they stabbed me. My chest, my stomach, my back, my arms, my thighs, my nails. At some point I started screaming my lungs out, although I thought I would hold back on lamely crying and blubbering since I wanted to die. Yet the pain was such that I couldn't tolerate it. How many blades were going penetrating my body now? A number I couldn't readily have counted. Despite the fact that they'd stabbed me so much, the pain prevented me from being able to move more than a little, and neither my sensations nor my consciousness would go even a tiny bit numb. On the contrary, they grew terribly clear. Just so many times that they have to stab me. I wanted to die faster, though it hurt so much. Why wasn't I coming any closer to dying? Sarah's voice rang out in my head. Sighing, I opened my eyes. Both the pain and the sensation of foreign objects in me had vanished. In front of me, rather than a line of several dozen people, there was a pathway made by the crowd, dividing itself down the middle. A single path inviting me forward. It'd been nice if my delusion had become reality, I thought. Except with the added condition that I'd get to die after being stabbed about 3 times. I didn't want to undergo something so torturous. I thought this to myself in my foggy head as I stepped into the passage lined with people. Both the nearby rubberneckers and the people from the media were giving up an awfully edgy aura. They were staring, but it wasn't the hubbub of a festival. Today I couldn't see a speck of the mirth they'd shown before when I shamed myself at Dofront. Everyone was watching me. Their eyes were cold and sharp. The emotion they flung at me bordered on the urge to kill. My anticipation heightened whether I wanted to or not. Kill me, kill me, kill me! When I looked up, all 4 of the massive jumbotrons depicted me walking through the crowd. This too was surely being broadcast nationwide. If the viewer ratings were 40%, it meant I would die with about 48 million people watching over me. The death of me, a mere delusionary existence. The death of me, who had 0 value. You guys want to see it? How simplistic of you. But I don't especially mind. If you're going to kill me, then watch as much as you like. I stood before the firing line of cameras and microphones. Their flashes went off all at once. A dazzling light blinked at me. Narrowing my eyes, I tolerated the brilliance of it. The first to speak was an aging reporter I'd seen on TV's news shows and stuff.
今回はどんなパフォーマンスを見せてくれるんだい？ところで、実は今日の昼に逮捕された貼り付け事件の容疑者は実行犯に過ぎなくて黒幕がいるっていう話があるんだけど、どう思うかな？
Why was this old fogey acting so over-friendly with me? Anyway, what was that "what do you think" supposed to mean? Was he seeking my opinion? Well, stuff like the kind of comments you usually saw coming from professors of criminal psychology were always the same standard stuff. No interesting content to speak of, so sure, an amateur like me could probably fill their shoes. That said, I didn't care about such things now. I'd lost all interest in Eugene. I'd come here in order to get someone to kill me, and not to answer the media's questions, not to have the energy to answer them.
それでね、西条君、ズバリ聞くけど、真犯人と目される人物は通称その目誰の目と言われていて、それは君なんじゃないかっていう噂があるんだよね。
そうかもね。
Maybe. My motor passed through the Jumbotron speakers and was transmitted all through Shibuya, and an uproar broke up. The agitation of the people gathered here made the air accelerate fast and faster toward becoming something brutal. Hurry up and kill me. I want to hurry up and be at ease. Don't make me do anything aggravating. Though that was what I wished for, several more mics pressed in on me. There was such force behind them that they were practically being pushed against my mouth. As if the floodgates had broken, the other reporters began hurling questions at me.
それは事件への関与を認める発言と考えていいんですか？
現実とゲームとの区別ができなくなるような経験はありますか？
逮捕された狛江容疑者との関係について聞かせてください。
人を殺したのはやはりゲーム感覚だったりします？
In a certain case, I am much like a game character. Somebody reset me. Get me to the game over. Be quick about it. At my words, the mass of people, whose tension had reached its zenith, erupted.
人でなし、鬼畜！
殺してやるよ！
地獄に落ちろ！
死刑にしろ！ぶち殺せ！殺人鬼！
Waves of people flooded in. I was swallowed up by their undulations. Bellows and screams intersected. They showed me, crushed me, jostled me. With people pushing at me from every direction, my body went buoyant. The soles of my feet separated from the earth. No matter how I struggled, nothing came of it. They hit me in the head, sucked me in the arm, but it wasn't enough pain to make me think I would die from it. I didn't fight back against my difficulty breathing, which threatened to suffocate me either. When I gave my body to this chaotic situation, the pressure on me abruptly went away. I toppled down in place. Serotan spilled out of my hand. She went rolling atop the asphalt. Numerous legs sprouted there as close as the trees in a forest. Writhing, and my wife rolled into the gap between them. No matter how I desperately stretched out my hand, I couldn't reach her. The countenance that had borne such dazzling smile, the smile that had healed me. Someone's leather shoe trod on it. It continued further as someone kicked her body and she tumbled, and a woman's red high heel stepped on her torso with a crunch, crushing it.
Sarah?
I called her, but no answer returned. My sole ally was gone. My chest seemed about to cave in with sorrow. With this, any meaning there had been to my life in this world had completely vanished. When I looked up, even the night sky was blocked from my view by the wall of people surrounding me. No one noticed that I was crouching there, even though I'm here. Even though I'm asking you to please kill me. Why does everybody ignore me? Without warning, I felt it at the back of my head, a kind of prickle. The sensation of God's gaze. A voice resonated. Inside my head, I drank in a breath and bit my back molars together tightly. I looked for that wheelchair among the tight-packed herd of legs. I looked for the bastard dressed up as Darth Spider. Are you the host of this festival, after all? Are you going to put on some stupid costume and threaten me again? I am trying to reenact the same thing as before. Death is what I desire. No way do I want to be made into a living exhibition. That's exactly what I don't give a crap about. Whatever, just kill me. Get to it faster. They?
この混乱を引き起こした者たち。混乱を利用して利己を追求しようとする者たち。彼らを止められるのは君だけなんだ。
I pushed myself up. Angry shouts went on spiraling above my head. No one gave a second glance. The spectators and the media were jumbled together, grabbing at each other, slandering each other, punching each other.
沈黙の兵器。ノア2はすでに稼働してる。この混乱が起とされた一番の目的は、無差別人体実験。
人体実験。Something hard struck me on the head. Acute pain shot through me. Enough to make me think my skull would break. Unable to withstand it, I I cradled my head. When I looked over, a teary-eyed stone about the size of her fist had fallen nearby. A little bit of blood clung to it. That stone which someone had hurled at me seemed to have landed a direct hit. Splitting pain when I put my hand to it. My fingers touched something damp. There was blood stuck to my fingertips. My blood. From far away came a dry, explosive sound, followed by a woman's shrill voice. A gunshot? There had been someone with a gun here? Why was everyone so worked up? Why was everyone picking fights with people who had nothing to do with them? Why were things becoming so chaotic? The scapegoat, the living sacrifice everyone had been waiting for. Wasn't it me?
渋谷の GE レート。バイオリズムがありえないくらいに上昇してるんだよ。言ったでしょ。無差別人体実験だ。この場にいる人たちは今、見えない攻撃を受けているんだ。
I heard that sound, like something creaking, like something rusty, like the feeble, halting sigh of a dying woman. The sound of wheels on his wheelchair. There were so many people here, chaotically swelling walls of people. Despite that, Shogun continued straight toward me in his wheelchair, without bumping into anyone, without getting tangled up with anyone. A very small, emaciated body covered in wrinkles, and so feeble it seemed as if he would break if you touched him. His eyes were cloudy white. I couldn't tell what he was looking at or what he could see. I couldn't take my eyes away from him. The clamor around us suddenly died into the distance.
ずっと君を見ていたよ。
The same voice as from the first time we met. Not a weird voice like the one I heard at Elfront.
君は誰なの？僕は君だよ。
Those three words enlightened me.
僕を妄想して生み出したのも、神の自然の正体も君だったんだね。うん。
He was my creator. He was the existence who had imagined me into being. And to me, someone I could never measure up to.
君の名前は西條匠。
The real me. The original me.
君はいくつなの？君と同い年だよ。君の設定とね。
17, yet he was so small and so wrinkled.
このままだと世界が死んじゃう。ノア2にあらゆる人の心は支配されちゃう。だから君に託したんだ。
Entrusted what?
意味がわかんないよ。そんなの僕には関係ない。頼むよ。僕を消して。今すぐに消してほしい。
Shogun's wrinkles shifted. It seemed like he was making a different expression, but it only looked as though his wrinkles were moving.
全部僕が IR2 を妄想しちゃったせいで。なんとか止めようとしたけど、僕はこんな体だから満足に動くこともできない。それで君を生み出した。君に止めてもらうために。そんなの知らない。僕は君のコピーだけど、僕はやりたくない。コピーだけが苦しまなくちゃいけないなんて、そんなの嫌だ。死なせてよ。君はコピーじゃない。もう一人の僕だ。つまりコピーじゃないか。君のしてることはすごく残酷だ。悪かったって。でも、他に方法はなかった。今世界の命運は、君にかかっていると言っても過言じゃないんだ。だから。そんなのリミに頼めばいいじゃないか。知り合いなんでしょ。
Acquaintances. I phrased it in such a way deliberately. I didn't want to think that maybe they were a couple or close friends. And now of all times, I noticed my own feelings. I was jealous of my original, despite being a delusionary existence. How hideous, how unsightly. Talk about not knowing my place. My own emotions sickened me. It felt more and more pent up. I want to die.
リミは、ナナミを助けに行って、逆に捕まっちゃったんだ。リミはね、僕を救おうとしてくれていた。その理由は、君も知っているよね。
あれは、あの空は、どうして、あんなに泣きたくなるくらい。
それを望んだから。
私は、
僕が望んだんだ。ここは、君の心象世界であると同時に、僕の心象世界でもあるから。
あな
た、誰？ここには、私以外はいないはずなのに。あなたは、別の私。
違うよ。
だったら、誰？私の心の中だよ。ずっと、暗闇しかなかった。
The thing is, with the green delusion, we
光は、
ended up on the
私に当たるスポットライトだけ。
on the top of Forefront pretty quickly, and now we're getting a completely different path for having chosen the red delusion. And we're not back at the old front top, so there must be some more diversion that we haven't read yet. In the other route. Which is concerning.
それなのに、あなたが来た途端に、
妄想がシンクロしたんだ。君の力が、とても強かったから。
そう。
Rumi looked back up the sky, clear as
私、本物の空、見たことないんだ。私っていう人格が生まれた時にはね、もう、暗い部屋に閉じ込められてた。心の中も、外も、闇しかなかった。そこからは、絶対に出してもらえないの。私、今、心を自殺させるの。
Does everybody just want to kill himself at this point?
きっと、
itself?
これまでの私も、そうしてきたと思うし。
Does everybody just want to kill themselves right now? Is that the mood?
でも、せっかくあなたが空を持ってきてくれたから、この光景を記憶に刻んでおいていいかな。次の私が、また、こうして想像できるように。
死にたいの？
うん。
本当の空を見てみたいとは思わないの？
ねえ、空って、本当にあるのかな？
あるよ。でも現実の空は、この空よりも汚れてる。
どこにあるあの空？
君が望めば、どこにでも。
望んで、
もちろんだよ。
どうやって望むの？
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は色として捉えるんだ。自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめてごらん。そうすれば、君の望む世界の色を作り出せる。世界は君の望みに応えてくれるよ。
Several days or several months after that encounter, Rimi came to my hospital room. We were fellow patients staying at the same hospital, fellow bearers of the power belonging to Gigalomaniacs. which transcend human understanding, which left us unsure of whether to take pride in it or to detest it.
お兄、お客さんだよ。ねえねえ、誰？彼女さん、いつの間に？
Is this an incredibly long...
やるね、お兄ってば。また、会えたね。
She was very worn down. Her skin had a sickly pallor. Her hair was dry and neglected, left to grow as it liked. There were cracks in her fingernails. She kept her eyes constantly narrowed as if it were bright
本
out.
物の空は見られた？
うん。あ、そうだ。
Nanami had been watching us, clapped her hands as though she had remembered something.
ナナ、お洗濯してこなくちゃ。リミさんでしたっけ？どうぞごゆっくり。
Nanami left. Rimi and I absent-mindedly watched her go in unison. Rimi turned back towards me.
匠はいつから入院してるの
？5年ぐらい。
退院の予定は？
ないよ。僕の余命はあと2年ぐらいだと思うし。
私はあなたのおかげで終わりなんて絶対にないと思ってた。でもあなたが教えてくれた空を見るまで頑張ろうと思った。そしたら急に外に出してもらえた。
そう。
私はだから今度は私があなたの力になりたい。
そんなの気にしなくていい。わざわざ僕に会いに来なくてもいいよ。君にはこれから普通に生きてほしい。
普通の生き方なんてわからないから。
Rimi's past, Rimi's feelings, Rimi's resolve. As I remembered that my chest tightened.
なんでリミは僕に近づいてきたの？彼女は君の近くにいることで、君の行動、君に接触してくる人間のことを監視して、君を覚醒させないようにしていたんだ。彼女を恨まないであげて。彼女はただおせっかいなだけなんだ。
A sad note resided in Shogun's voice.
巻き込みたくなかったのに。彼女は僕がどれだけ止めても聞いてくれなかった。勝手に僕に恩義なんか感じて、本当におせっかいだよ。リミとナナミは誰に捕まってるの？プロジェクトノアの責任者。すべての黒幕。野呂瀬源一、かつてリミを捕らえて拷問していた男でもある。それなのにリミはナナミと僕と、そして君を助けるためにあの男のところへたった一人で乗り込んでいっちゃった。
A voice revived at the back of my head. Words of the Rimi I didn't know. Words of that Rimi who said to Shogun,
リミ？
うん。私、実は、ちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんを、これから助けに行こうと思って。
やめるんだ。君はあの男、野呂瀬とはもう会いたくないでしょ？
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。昔の話だしね。そもそも、私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることと、どっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。
ナナミを助けるのも、プロジェクトノアを止めるのも、 僕のやるべきことだ。君は、そこまでしなくていいんだよ。
言ったでしょ？私は、あなたの力になりたいって。それに、タクには、関わらせたくないの。
おせっかい、だね。
そうかもね。あなたにしか言われたことはないけど。ねえ、タクにね、いろいろ、ひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかも、そんなことしておいて、すごく自分勝手なんだけど、私、彼と一緒に過ごした時間は、とっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。何もかもが、妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに、あの学校に、私やタクが通っていることも、大地と友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、タクの存在そのものも、タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。なのに、私の心には、楽しかったっていう気もなのに、私の心には、もっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。この気持ちって、何なのかな？
インプリンティングのようなもの。
本能っていうことかな。それって、意外とロマンチックかも。
君が楽しかったなら、きっと、彼も楽しかったと思うよ。
そうだと、いいな。私は、タクと似たようなものだから。肉体が妄想から作られた存在と、
A body created by the means of
人
delusion.
格が妄想から作られた存在と、どっちも変わらないでしょ？だから、タクのこと、消さなくちゃダメだって思っても、いつの間にか感情移入しちゃったみたい。タクには、ごく普通に暮らしていってもらいたいの。私は、タクミも、タクも、助けたい。ねえ、タクのことは、そっとしておいてあげて。
そういうわけにはいかない。ノア2を破壊するために。
私が何とかするから。
君はそんなことしなくていい。君こそ、ごく普通に暮らしていくべきだ。
さてと、そろそろ切るね。
リミ、やめて。
本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。ね、タクミ。
No, when it was too late. Rumi's words sank into my heart. She was truly a meddler. What enabled her to fight so hard? What enabled her to act so much on the behalf of others?
私は、タクの味方だから。
My memories of Rimi revived within me. The brief amount of time we had spent together up until the present, the emotions hidden behind each word she uttered.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
I'll be there for you. The past year and a half, if I was to say what I'd done, it'd be Igiso, or RMT, or Eroge, or Little Ales. I'd immersed myself and remained up in my base, rarely going to school and attempting to speak with anyone. Born into this world, I had been throwing my time away, as if I were dead. But this last month or so had been different. One of the results had been her lying to me.
朝、一緒に学校行って。
But she'd stayed together with the likes
学
of
校
me.
では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話して。
She'd pacified me as I quivered in fear.
お昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて。
She'd supported my no good self. She'd
夕
encouraged
方
me.
一緒に帰って。
She'd
帰
embraced
るつ
me.
いでにたまにどこかのお店に寄ったりして。
She'd shown the meaning of human warmth to a delusionary existence like me.
タクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりして。
She could have erased me, but instead she tried to protect
それ
me.
でまた明日ねって手を振って別れて。
She made memories for me.
そんなのでいいなら私いくらでもしてあげるよ。
Even now, I could think vividly back on the time together with Rimi out of my mere year and a half long
そう
life.
いうの結構憧れなんだ。
Rimi's little gestures, the scent of Rimi's hair, the sound of Rimi's breath, the light in Rimi's eyes, Rimi's cheerful voice, Rimi's tender warmth. Ah, I see. I'm in love with Rimi. How indescribably creepy. I smiled bitterly at my own creepiness, a delusionary existence falling in love. Could even a delusionary existence harbor the emotion of loving someone, or was it a hallucination? I didn't know, but I wanted to stay true to this feeling. Rimi regarded me as a friend. I definitely didn't have any awareness of me as the opposite sex. She definitely didn't have any awareness of me as the opposite sex. An autograph freak like me wouldn't suit Rimi well to begin with. But even if it were unrequited love, even if it were self-satisfaction, even though I was a delusionary existence, I wanted to at least do something for somebody. Do something for Rimi and then disappear. It was creepy for an creepy otaku to be in love. It was creepy for a delusionary existence to be in love. So what? Even if it were disgusting, even if it would never be returned, I didn't want to dispose of this feeling as a hallucination or delusion. Our memories of this past month were a form of local shared recognition between the two of us, me and Rimi. Even if everything was make-believe, these memories and the emotions born from their accumulation, they were the real thing.
世界を救ってほしい。
I want you to save the world. Now we're getting to good stuff, said Shogun. I shook my head.
僕は勇者じゃない。人間でもない。そんな僕に世界を救えとか。何を考えてるの？
君には本当に悪いと思ってるけど、君にやってもらうしかないんだ。
自分に謝るなんてバカみたいだ。
I glared at the real me. The real me accepted my imposter's gaze.
僕は君が嫌いだ。
僕は君が羨ましいよ。
僕は世界のためになんか頑張らない。世界を救うとか、そんなことどうでもいい。
I'd be the one to decide the meaning behind my birth.
ただ、僕はリミを助ける。
ありがとう。
I'm going to save Rimi. The sounds from the area around me returned. The disorder was increasingly accelerating. At this point, it had become a riot. My surroundings were the smell of blood, roars, screams, moans, and a howling mechanical sound. These things overflowed everywhere.
理想度を手に入れる方法を教えて。
君はすでにそれを知っているはずだよ。
I raised my line of sight. I searched for the shape of a sword blending into this scenery. Rocks flew through the air, smoke from tear gas bombs climbed higher. And nearby people crashed into me over and over. Under those conditions, I met my consciousness focus and saw the sword I had glimpsed for only a second before from the roof of at Front. I should be able to see it. Without a doubt, it was somewhere out there. Part of the scenery mixed in with the rest. Catch sight of it. Your D-sword is always by your side.
見つけた。
The building to the right of 107, a colorful billboard arranged vertically along it. It appeared as a sword to me. Tension my breath caught. I'd been able to perceive it on the form of a sword before as well, when I saw it from the roof at O-Front. But at the time, I'd ultimately failed to grasp onto it.
自分の意志を強く持つんだ。迷っちゃダメだからね。君にはもう、剣を手に入れる資格は十分にある。
Standing in place, I extended my hand. In order to rescue someone precious to me, I needed that sword no matter what. No matter what. I clenched my back teeth together. It was different from before. My head was so serene, even I found myself startled by it. I wasn't afraid. I couldn't afford to be afraid, but I wasn't cool-headed. There was an emotion simmering, boiling hard inside me. There was something I had to do, no matter what. There were roughly 100 meters between me and the 007. No, at the 107. I held my palm out, so it appeared to be overlapping with the sword. I closed my hand. Though I should have closed my hand around the empty space, I felt something. It was neither cold nor hot, neither hard nor soft. Seizing it, I slowly pulled it toward me. Ripples rose in the air. It came slipping out from within them. All too long to be called a sword. Too slender, it seemed about to break any moment. Brimming with phantasmal dignity, revealing absolutely no surface resplendence. Possessing both a pure malice, as though the soul had been sucked out of it, and an awe-inspiring, fluent elegance. It linked with my exulting heart, and the foreboding pattern of flames in its hilt quivered. I felt no trace of its weight. In fact, it was as though it had become one with my hand, as though it had been there from the start, as though it were a part of my body. I had no real sense that I was holding a sword. This is a D-sword. I clenched it tight with both hands. Now I should be able to reboot it as well. If I attained the shared recognition of those in the area, this sword would bring its shape forth into reality. I didn't know how to do it. I simply prayed. Become real. I shouted at it internally. I would no longer waver. As though answering my cry, my D-sword began glowing faintly. A pattern of flames on its hilt transformed into real flames, enveloping the sword. I felt no heat. As at last those flames were sucked away into the sword entirely. And with a violent impact, the D-sword became clothed in scarlet light. A portion of the people nearby spotted my sword and went dumb with shock. But it was only a portion of the whole. The others were fixated on hitting and slamming each other. The riot didn't seem likely to
この暴動を引き起こしているポーターたちを探すんだ。彼らの持つ機械を破壊すれば、バイオリズムの高騰も収まる。
ポーター。
ノア2の端末としての存在。君はすでにそのヒントを見てきたはずだよ。君の頭の中にそれは記憶として刻まれている。
杭を打って杭を打って
ようやく尻尾を出したんだ。そいつを掴んで離さねえようにしないとな。
辛いんですね。
有限会社新聞いたことあるかい？
返して。7のバングル返して。
地点 L2 の8 0.62 メガ GE ハイスコアです。
どんな手品だこりゃ。
のぞみ。
我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。言い換えればマインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。
Things that had unconsciously been watching the whole time. Things that had unconsciously spied on via thought the
僕
whole
は盗
time.
撮野郎ってことか。お似合いだね。
As I laughed self-mockingly, Shogun calmly gave me
チャネルを
directions.
解放してポーターたちの心を読むんだ。コズピーのようにね。彼らはこのスクランブル交差点のどこかにいる。居場所を探り当てて。
I opened my channel. I didn't think about how to do it. Without taking conscious heed of it, I enacted it through my senses alone. Immediately afterward, the hearts of the vast number of people in this place, the negative emotions became visible, all poured into me all at once. Hostility, hatred, jealousy, carnal desire, obsequiousness, cowardice, frivolity, contamination, cunning, obscenity, disgrace, crudity, lust, insanity, the will to kill. A manifestation of the ugly emotions people hid from others, far more direct and atrocious and revolting than anything communicated in words. Every manner of negative emotion people embraced within them became a torrent of images, swallowing up my heart, breaking me, violating me. They bathed me in despising gazes, abused me with words of contempt, spat at me, peeled my nails off, pummeled my cheeks with their fists countless times, kicked me in the buttocks, ripped my hair out, bit my nose to pieces, gouged out my eyeballs, pulled my tongue out, sucked up my blood, poured scalding water on me and burned me, raped me in the ass, smashed my genitals, ripped off all the skin on my body, severed my arms, broke the bones of every part of my body, struck me with blunt objects, stabbed me with blades, dug out my intestines, strangled me tied around the neck, made vast beasts devour my flesh, pushed me off from high places, drowned me in water, burned my whole body in flames. Once I tuned into it, my heart would break. I seemed about to go crazy. Gritting my teeth, I frantically held up my own will. Could it be that Kozupi had constantly been living under these
見るべ
circumstances?
き妄想をコントロールするんだ。すべてを受信しちゃダメだ。標的を絞り込んで、音を頼りにするんだ。
The sound. I listened desperately, enduring the negative delusions pressing in on me. All I could hear were voices. I blocked them out. I sought the sound. I heard it, a mechanical noise. Seroton had called it the sound that would kill me. That sound also appeared in my memories, the ones I'd obtained by recalling the thoughts of others. A porter's rucksack made this noise, and Senna had used her D-sword to destroy it. When I concentrated on that noise, the delusions I heard were...
信仰の救いあれ。信仰の救いあれ。信仰の救いあれ。信仰の救いあれ。
信仰の救いあれ。信仰の救いあれ。
Multiple voices. There was more than one porter in this
3人いる
place.
みたいだね。
Stifling my breath, I took a step forward. A chaotic flock of people, this pedestrian scramble, without so much as a fragment of law and order, where they walked wherever they liked and struck out one at another. It would be a trial to go straight forward. I hacked into the delusions of the people leading up to my target. The people standing before my line of sight shifted position slightly. A single path opened up there. About 50 meters ahead of them, it was a lone man. Now, all obstacles between me and him had been expelled. Our eyes met. He was plump, wore a suit, had a rucksack on his back. Number 1. I ran through the crowd without bumping into anyone, straight ahead as the crow flies, dragging along my D-sword. Having noticed me, the porter grew flustered, turned his back and attempted to flee, but I wouldn't let him. The same way I swept my D-sword, much longer than I was tall, horizontally, as before. I sensed no weight in it. I could have manipulated it as if it were part of my own hand. The tip of my D-sword dug into the rucksack, as if it melting away at a high temperature. The rucksack's contents burst with steam. The man slumped down in place and trembled, holding his head. Without giving her a glance, I headed for the second one, below front. Again, all obstacles on the way there disappeared. They were constructing a road for me. The man who stood beyond it, overly thin, he wore a checked shirt and jeans. He had long hair and sickly white skin. He cradled a bag to his chest as if he prized it. Upon catching the sight of me, he tried to blend into the crowd. Before then, I threw my D-sword. Fly. I had a delusion that it disregarded the laws of physics and accelerated as it soared forward, horizontal to the earth. Subtly correcting its path along the way, it pierced the porter's back with inimitable accuracy. A faint flash burst forth. The man fell down on the spot. One more. Running up to the fallen man, I had retrieved my D-sword. The third was in front of the Hachiko statue. I had met with that porter several times before. No, to put it more accurately, I was used to talking to her on a daily basis. The waves of people parted. For the third time, a path manifested, a perfectly straight line. At the end of that path was a woman who stood out very much, a woman in white clothing.
あなたが3人目です。葉月さん。いや、グリム。
A nurse who had smiled kindly at the hospital. Now she glared at me with a piercing look in her eyes. She held an oversized handbag. There was almost likely a Noah 2 terminal inside it.
真実を彼女がしてきたことをこの場にいる人たちに提示すれば、この熱病のような混乱は収まる。彼女がグリムなら、これまでの不自然な言動に君は気づいているはず。僕が最初に君に接触した時のことを思い、僕は君に貼り付け事件の予言をした。でも僕よりも先に貼り付けを予言した人間がいる。
I remembered our exchange in that chat. Shortly before Shogun began talking to me, Grim had left the room after penning a single joking image. That drawing, the one Hazuka-san had described in the patient's records. It wasn't exactly skillfully drawn, but what it stood for was the staking. And when Grim first explained the new gen cases to me, he'd said, "They're all in your neighborhood, huh? Never mind the fact that I'd never said a word about him. Never said a word to him about living in Shibuya." And in our chat just a few hours before, Grim had let slip words that suggested he knew I was Nishijo Takumi. You're a celeb, so you'll be the center of everyone's attention. Oh yeah, the second time I went to the hospital, Hazuki-san had said,
高階先生はもういません。
And a week later, Dr. Takashina was discovered as a corpse. I sucked in her breath.
あの人が真犯人。
I would know if I looked into her heart.
信仰の救いあれ。
Sheesh! Azu Kishino stood in the one of the operating rooms in her workplace, AH Tokyo General Hospital. Late at night, an operating room belonging to the surgical department. Atop the bed was the form of a young man, Konoe Shizuo. Fed sleeping pills, he was in a state of clouded consciousness.
信仰の救いあれ。
Repeating the same words over and over like a Buddhist chant, Hazuki rubbed her enormously swollen stomach. She slowly shed her nurse's whites. She sat down on the operating table and took a scalpel. This looks like an aigao. And without anesthesia, she slit open her own belly. If any surgeon or obstetrician saw it, all would laud her as having high genius. What? Though she was a nurse, she possessed a startling faculty for surgical operations, and while enduring the pain of cutting her own body open sans anesthesia, Hazuki made an incision into her abdomen with commendable skill. Blood and amniotic fluid came leaking out of the wound as her face contorted in pain. Hazuki had last thrust her own hand into her abdomen. Wow, she took out a bloodied fetus. Still not fully developed, the fetus had already perished in the process of being forcibly removed. Cutting the umbilical cord, Hazuki lovingly cradled her child, then laid it on a platform beside the operating table and began suturing her wound. Sheesh! What the hell is happening here? This is gruesome. Upon completing that step in less than an hour, she rose from the operating table while bearing up under an excess of pain in her abdomen. An ordinary person would have passed out ages ago and, holding the fetus, stood beside the man lying in bed. She looked down at the unconscious man's face with bloodshot eyes. She deliberately stuck a scalpel into his stomach with a violence far separate from the delicacy and accuracy with which she had slit her own stomach. Pain made the man awaken. But both his arms and legs were bound to the legs of the bed, and he had no way to escape. Paying no heed to weeping and shrieking, Hazuki pulled at the scalpel he had thrust in him. It tore his skin and flesh. Blood sprayed out, landing on her face.
信仰の救いをあなたに。
She put both hands to her victim's wound. With a coerciveness it would be safe to call it forcible, she spread the wound open on both sides. The sound of meat ripping echoed through the operating room. The man's body convulsed as he fell into a cycle of blacking out, then reviving in pain. Contemplating the sufficiently opened wound, Hazuki smiled gently, and she took her own child, which she had removed shortly before, and shoved it inside.
信仰の救いあれ。
No way. Hazuki Shino stood in the one of the operating rooms in her workplace, Tokyo General Hospital. Late at night, an operating room belonging to the surgical department. Atop the bed was the form of a colleague, a psychiatrist, Takashina Fumio. He was strapped down to the bed, but he wasn't merely bound there. His brain lay exposed in his head. His cranium had been cleanly cut away from above his eyes.
高階先生に信仰の救いあれ。
葉月くん、
Takashina was conscious as there was anesthesia at work at work in him. He appeared to not feel any pain in his head. His eyes were wide with fear, and cold sweat ran down his whole body. Ignoring Takashina while he pleaded for his life, Hazuki slowly removed a silver shining instrument from the pocket of her white uniform. To be more accurate, it wasn't a surgical instrument, it was a spoon, a regular utensil, the sort one might see around a dining table. Wearing an expression of ecstasy, Hazuki scraped out part of Takashina's brain as if she were scooping out curry. She shook it off the spoon onto a stainless steel tray as though to hurl it down. His pink brain tissue pulverized atop the tray like jelly. Hazuki jabbed the spoon into his brain for a second time. This time, she shaved off a more heaping pile of brain matter. As she dug his brain out, Takashina could neither feel any pain nor lose consciousness. Numbness prevented his body from moving freely, and the only thing left to him was to shiver in terror.
これがあなたの記憶なんですね。
Oof. 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 That Hazuki Shino looked up those. Sorry. Hazuki Shino looked up at those images in shock. The 4 Jumbotrons sat around the pedestrian scramble. Her own memories were playing out there as a film. She didn't understand how it had been done. It was probably due to Nishijo Takumi's power as a gigalomaniac.
あなたの記憶です。
Nishijo Takumi murmured, head hanging, holding his D-sword. The riot had concluded almost instantaneously. Now silence reigned. Several thousand people who moments before had been striking out at each other, not caring who they hit, all looked up at the Jumbotrons in unison. Those who went pale and averted their eyes. Those who vomited in revulsion. The members of the media attempted to fix their cameras on Hazuki. Their brilliant flashes burned over and over.
あなたがニュージェネ事件の真犯人だったんだ。
私の記憶を映像に投影したんですね。
もう言い逃れはできませんよ。胎児とあなたの DNA を鑑定すればわかることです。どうしてあんなことを。ねえ、クリム。
ナイトハルト。すべては教祖様のお言葉なんですよ。
Hazuki slowly plunged a hand into the handbag. Hanging from her shoulder, therein lay a Noah 2 terminal pod and a surgical scalpel. Grabbing the scalpel, she laid the tip of its blade against her own neck. As she was a nurse, her line of work meant she was well familiar with the location of the carotid artery. Hazuki smiled at Nishijo Takumi, her kindly smile akin to the one she gave her patients. Became plastered and red of her own spurting blood.
エスパーだ。
救世主だわ。
Someone murmured. I realized they were speaking about me because of the countless gazes piercing me before a vast number of people. Hazuki Shino had committed suicide by slitting her throat. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say she'd become a martyr. The choking smell of the blood hovered in this place. The riot had now completely subsided. Hazuki Shino's memories of her crimes, which I had projected onto the Jumbotrons, had been ideal for silencing the agitated crowd. Every last one of them lost all words in shock at the video. Hazuki Shino's corpse still trailing blood, several people had walked up to it. They began kicking her dead body. Dead body of a violent murderer. They were saying that they didn't need to pay it any respect. What would they do next? Decapitate her and hang her head up like we were in the Warring States era? What difference was there between her and the people kicking her corpse? People were helplessly ugly, myself included. The press swarmed around like hyenas to snap pictures for their next big scoop. About half of them went to Hazuki Shino's body, the remaining half were near me.
西尾君、お見事でした。
今のは超能力ですか？やはりエスパーだったんですね。すごいです。
今日のこの集まりは初めから真犯人をおびき寄せるためのものだったの？
あなたの超能力は何歳頃に現れたものなんですか？
子供の頃のあだ名は神童とか呼ばれたことある？
今後警察の捜査に協力する予定は？
うちの局の番組に出てくれないかな？
They tossed them at me, one after the other, words of praise.
西田、よくやったぞ！
たくみくん、こっち向いて！
お前すげえよ！
好きです！付き合ってください！
Words of goodwill tossed at me, one after the other. I felt hollow. Hearing those voices, a false image sculpted by public opinion and a delusionary existence. They weren't all that different, were they? Takumi! 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 That mirth returned, the enthusiasm they'd shown when looking up at me at the top of the roof of Ofrond. Takumi! Unable to take it, I yelled. Tears came out. I was terribly grief-stricken, and it was so terribly ridiculous. I couldn't get by without crying. I'm not a hero. That's probably something you shouldn't say in presence of media.
18歳未満だけどエロゲして萌えって言ってる男だ。頭の中じゃ街を歩く女どもを裸にひむいてエロい妄想してる。それが僕だ。
My face went messy with tears and snot. I forgot I was being broadcast live to the whole nation. It didn't even occur to me that I was disgracing myself again. I was incorrigible in my failure to read the atmosphere.
そうだよ。これでも僕は英雄かよ。違う。僕は英雄なんかじゃない。所詮、妄想の存在で、希望だぜ。一人じゃ何もできないヘタレだ。
The voices in the area went quiet. The silent spectators and reporters showed me dubious faces at the heart of Shibuya in this wide pedestrian scramble. My voice alone rang out.
それが僕だ。お前らに他人に僕っていう人間を決めさせない。僕の本質は僕が決める。僕はお前らのおもちゃじゃない。見せ物なんかにはならない。
Wow. Wow.
僕にはやるべきことがあるんだ。僕はお前たちなんかのために行動しない。
Dreamy smile rose at the back of my head.
僕はただ
For the sake of the one I loved, I would fight and disappear. Before I could declare so suddenly, I noticed how the night sky reflected at the corner of my sight was going white. Not from clouds, and certainly not from out-of-season snow. By the time I realized it was the same phenomenon as what had happened along with the earthquake, it was already too late.
サードメルト予定より早い。
The fuck is happening? Next, I was assaulted with a fears ringing in my ears. A shrill, head-splitting resonance. Thank you, Crimson, for hosting me. Everyone around me covered in their ears as well. Thank you, Crimson, for hosting. And then the whole world was dyed in a glaring white.